T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What's up, everybody? Today is a special show because it is the month of March and I am moving to the new location, the new farm. I couldn't be more excited. You're going to see all about that in the future. But right now, speaking of future, I am rebroadcasting some of my favorite episodes that I was involved with over on the Future Cannabis Project. Now, unfortunately, that channel has been removed from YouTube and all of the history with it. But I have most of the 200 some odd shows I did for the Future Cannabis Project backed up. And this week we've got JJ from Dawg along with Dave from Golden Coast Genetics. We're going to be discussing some of the early trade routes that established in the US for the movement of cannabis. We're going to be talking strains, a whole bunch of different things. Guys, this is an awesome conversation. I know you're going to love it. And hey, watch for surprise guests. And by the way, did I mention we did a lot of these shows during the COVID era? 1 hour shows, 2 hour shows, child's play. 3 hour shows, amateur. 4 hour shows, that's how we rolled, guys. So get your popcorn, strap on your diapers, and enjoy.
For any kind of pen, rosin's good, right?
No, I love it because I haven't touched a pen in years because I don't want like a hydrocarbon pen, but the rosin pens are very satisfying.
Oh, especially it's changed traveling around the world, right? So stealth now.
Yeah,
It was always an issue at the airports finding a spot. Now you're like, no problem.
oh yeah, this whole like every airport I go through, I'm smoking on this.
As soon as I step out of the door of the plane.
So we got all right. Well, we are live, and we got. I think loosely this was kind of like East Coast, West Coast, right? Dave, that's kind of what we talked about.
Yeah, sounds good.
Kind of back in the day, L.A. and back in the day, New York, and
Share stories.
the rest of us can chip in. I mean, for me, it's interesting because, like, in the. It went from like brickweed to kind of in the mid 90s having stuff that was awesome, but like I never thought about names of anything. It was just kind of what this guy Ronnie, who used to sell me bulk out of he went to Berkeley School of Music up in Boston, and he'd have stuff that came in from California, from British Columbia, stuff that would occasionally come down from Maine and Vermont. But like name-wise, like I never really had any.
I think it kind of goes hand in hand with West Coast. It was either, if it was real early, it was regional. Nayarit, Colombian, Oaxacan. They went with kind of regional names. A couple random names here and there, like your Acapulco Gold, cliche type stuff, Panama Reds, all that. And then, you started actually getting names for weed. Some of the first ones, like Northern Lights, Haze, for example, they actually started labeling the weed with a certain name instead of regional types. Kind of like the Malawi end up going called the cob because it looked like corn cobs, or the turds because they were wrapping it in corn husk and it literally looked like a turd. So even though that was an African weed, Malawi, it actually took on names. Probably those are some of the earlier name ones that I could remember. And this is just didn't realize it at the time, but I was born into a high-end weed family that had lots of weed around. Since I was born all the way up, there's always been a great deal of weed around. Later on, that ended up becoming an experience. But before, as a kid, it was just something you didn't talk about. Real quietive, real secretive. That's what Pops did, and you don't talk about it. But yeah, as far as the names go, I think you're right. Early mid 80s, you started getting names, skunks and northern lights and whatnot like that. And then the names took off like crazy. Whether it was attributed to the weed profile or the look, or just a cliche name like Kevorkian, right? The wheelchair bud. It was so strong it'll put you in a wheelchair. You know what I mean? So it was kind of all over the place.
No, yeah, you're right. Really, like, going back, when, to the 80s, because really, we just get commercial Colombian or Mexican, and none of that was, even really named back then. But back then, I remember, getting, like you said, regionalized, but the Hawaiian bud was kind of like some of the first real green seedless bud that I saw back in the day. There was some Thai weed that came through, and we didn't really see any haze per se by name. That was probably pretty much more of a West Coast thing, and I was really a little bit younger. You probably had to be a little bit more in the older crowd to get into that stuff. But I mean, I remember back in the day, the Hawaiian was $200 an ounce, and this was back in the 80s, and we were paying like $40 an ounce for the commercial Mexican or Colombian, and really, I guess, leading up until into the 90s, I guess that's kind of like when you really started seeing, well, you always had the names from Amsterdam, so there was always those strain names, seed lines that were named from Amsterdam. And so, probably in the 90s, I probably started seeing some of the early Pearl, and the skunk ones and stuff like that. And then, just leading in past that, as people started, breeding more, and, and as Dave said, some of the stuff was just named by, the characteristics of the flower, or, where it came from, the region of the United States, or, so, yeah, that's, how all the names really started for me.
And just quickly, Chad, to catch you up on the first 3 minutes of the conversation, it's kind of like regional history. So you have Dave, who kind of, LA, obviously West Coast epicenter, and New York epicenter. So that's kind of what we're talking about.
Real, yeah. Sorry, guys, you got a extra credit early start on it, but happy to be here. And it's fascinating because regionally, whether it was then or today, differences do exist. So happy to.
I know my dad was scoring kilos in high school, and that was at about 64-ish, 65. And the first they got Sesamilia. That was weed with seeds in it. The next big deal, which was a big deal for them, they got Sensimilia. Now they were able to get weed with no seeds in it. So when you went down there, you had your choice. Obviously, there's a price difference, right? So you had Sesamilia, went to Sensimilia. Then my dad would tell me they were trying to pour like wine or sugar water on it to try to sweeten the weed. And what was interesting is my dad told me one day, he goes, yeah, we would go down there. And the guy would say, do you want the kind of smoke or for the bath? And then I was like, wow, this Mexican guys are on it, because they literally noticed CBD before we knew of CBD in a way, because that's why they said, do you want this stuff for the bath and not to smoke? So they already knew there's probably a hemp type, didn't know it by name, but there was a hemp type that had medicinal qualities for aches and pains and nerve issues, because that's what CBDs address. And then they had the kind you smoke. And then throughout those phases, he would ask for the stuff without the sugar. And I know throughout the timeline, like the big deal was getting lightly pressed or unpressed. How fresh was it? I know a lot of the Mexican and Thai weeds are brown and golden is because they weren't taken care of that well. They were packed still wet, and it took quite a while for it to get here. So just like our weed, when we throw it in a cupboard, it loses the chlorophyll, it oxidizes, it goes golden and changes the appearance. So I imagine a lot of these weeds were probably really good if you're able to get them fresh, right? Trimmed right, packed correctly. They probably would have been amazing. But by the time we got them, they've already been pretty molested via the transport and the smuggling routes. And then, right, the next phase that I remember as a kid, like my dad loved the Hawaiian. They would get those unpressed, and there were big like turds going up the stems. That was a big deal. And then you got real Malawi cobs wrapped in the corn husk and whatnot. And that was confusing to me as a kid because I knew what weed was, but I didn't really know, but I would observe what was going on. And I was like, why are these guys wrapping weed in corn husks like a tamales? It didn't make sense, right? And they call it the turd. When they take it out, it looked like a turd, little lumps and formed perfectly like little turds. And then they were getting tie sticks and little sticks, big sticks, compressed little groups of sticks, and some a little looser. And then towards the 80s is when, indicas and green stuff showed up. And I actually got my first indicas from friends, not even out of my dad's network. Because what I was doing is once I became aware of weed, the value, I was pinching it, taking it to my cousin to sell. Man, I must have found 300 wallets as a kid. We rented a swap meet and buy mini bikes. They'd be like, where'd you get the money from me? Oh, we found a wallet. So I was pinching weed for a long time before I was smoking it. Then I started smoking it, and then like noticing when he would get good stuff, I'd keep an eye on it, grab some, take it to my biker cousin who was older and get some money. So, and then actually one of my other friends, his older sister's husband goes, we can get some Kush bud. And I was like, okay, I want some. And I got a little, by the way, back in the day, they didn't use scales. It was fingers, right? 1 finger, 2 finger, 3 finger bags. That's what you got. Not many people had scales. If not, they whipped out the finger thing that balances, and it's never accurate anyways. But he had Kush buds, and we got it, and there were these little round green buds in the bag, and I thought it was Kush because they looked like little cushy green buds. Later on did I learn that's from Afghanistan and Hindu Kush mountains and all that. And that was another thing early on. The old guys called indicas hash plant. Anything from the Middle East, it was referred to as a hash plant. It wasn't really Paki or Afghani or any of that. The hashes were labeled like that, but the weed itself were just hash plants. And I guess they were so used to sativas with no exterior resin that when they got indicas with so much exterior resin, that just hence the name hash plant. And it wasn't until later on that they started distinguishing Mazars in different areas. But I do remember my dad having boxes and boxes of kilos of hash wrapped in cloth, blonde leb with gold stamps, like so many different. And those always had the name. Lots of hash oil. Those always like, that's Afghani, that's Mazar, that's Paki. There was all kinds. Those always had a name. But weed-wise, I don't think names took off, like JJ said, until Holland showed up. And they took off on the breeding because nobody in America really bred. I remember growing up as a kid, my dad was having a heart attack because he had to get rid of big quart bags full of seeds. They didn't want seeds because one seed got you busted. So they hated seeds. They wanted these things gone. That was scary as hell, having huge amounts of seeds. Because obviously you get a bunch of Mexican, a few couple tons, they try to rip out all the seeds as much as they could to clean it up for the customers, and then you're stuck with all these seeds. So there was a long time, at least I know in California, that you didn't see seeds unless you got Mexi weed yourself from Mexico, whatever, it wasn't cleaned up. And then even our green bud didn't have seeds in it. It's very uncommon to find seeds once they started getting Dutch genetics or indoor type stuff. Very rarely. And then medical showed up and everything changed completely.
And medical in California? Or
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. And because that was one of the earlier states to kind of adopt a larger infrastructure. And actually, SunGrownMidz, Trevor, welcome in. You're in California and you're familiar with that system.
I am. I'm also in a very loud place right now, so I may not be very good on the audio side, but yeah, definitely familiar with California and medical, and you know, out here with
Your
Dave.
audio is actually perfect. I wanted to see if you could give maybe like a Dave intro, because you had, he was on my radar through you a long time ago, and I'm psyched that he's finally on.
Yeah.
So like tell us about Golden Coast Genetics. Who is this guy?
I know Dave. I actually met Dave at your event when I came down to LA 3 years ago, actually. And that was the first time we met in person, but Dave and I had interacted for years online. And I knew him from the forum days. He was originally on like Icy Mag and different forums. And then we interacted on Instagram. And the person who really turned me on to Dave was Mr. Bob Hemphill. He grew out, I believe, the vintage Afghan about 6-7 years ago. And I got to smoke some of the vintage Afghan. It just immediately brought back memories of the herb that I grew up on. So as soon as I tried that and became aware of Dave's work, I immediately wanted to meet up with him, get to know him better. And over the years, I've been lucky enough to, every time I come down to LA, I'm able to reach out and meet up with him. And he's shared a lot of information with me. As you all know, just from the last couple moments, like Dave's a veritable encyclopedia of the last 30, 40 years of cannabis, and really experienced it as it happened. So he's a great resource, and his dad's background and everything is really unique. So I think he's somebody that we should all listen to and take every opportunity we can to hear what he's got to say.
Very awesome. And anybody who watches this channel knows kind of the weight that your opinion carries. So definitely, like I said, it's an honor to be here with you gentlemen this evening. And it sounds like, before Holland and before everything started indoors, pretty much everything was imported. Is that kind of the sense, whether it was East Coast or West Coast, most of the stuff was just imports?
Yeah. One thing is psychoactive weed isn't necessarily native to North America. So yeah, it's all imports. It's definitely all imports. I think the Hispanic culture had a lot to do with it, because they were using it medicinal wise and recreational wise probably before most of the Caucasians or what we are Americans throughout the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s. It would be more of the Hispanics, and maybe on the East Coast, more of the Black community, the jazz community, especially Michigan and stuff like that. So I think they're the ones who broke the water, so to say, for us, and made other people be curious to try it. And then that starts to snowball effect. And if you like it, you kind of have no choice of evolving with your knowledge and your experience and becoming a pot snob or a connoisseur. That's just how it is. JJ has like immense knowledge on the East Coast, right? Like, and this isn't stuff you can't read it on the internet and get it. You got to been there and do it, right? It's like you've been around the block. You've experienced everything about this, the smells, the atmosphere, the vibes, the people, the locations, and you can't get that on the internet. All we can do is share our experiences, and all my experiences, I didn't invent anything. I'm just learning hand-me-down stuff, and maybe I expand on that a little bit, but I don't know if any of us has invented anything that was already known already. We're all, like they say, on the backs of other people's shoulders, taking it to the next level. We're all stepping stones off one guy, and we're a stone for the next guy to go step off of and carry up the information.
And building blocks, they definitely are. They're the building blocks of what, the road that has been paved. So you guys were kind of mentioning earlier, when names started to come into it, was there a conscious effort to select some of these things and build those building blocks, or was it a lot of happy accidents in the profiles that were maybe coming around, maybe not directly from your garden, but into the general market?
Well, for me, it was more about the selections because, back in the day, like, you would, like shipments would come in of certain types of weed, and like once it was gone, it was gone. It wasn't like a perpetual thing that, in some instances it would be, but when you talk about smuggling, like, some trips are going to make it and some trips aren't going to make it. And then who's to say it's going to be the same exact product? When you got a broker that's shopping, I'm sure that they're, getting anything that's going to be available to ship. So, different shipments were, it was what it was. And, once it was gone forever, so to speak. And so if you're able to get seeds or anything like that from it, and, back then too, like, I was collecting seeds, but I'd never really separated them or labeled them or anything like that. Just put them into like one big bag and had them all mixed up. Eventually the police took them from me anyway, but my early thought process was, and I wasn't even growing back then, was, maybe, one day I'll be a grower and, I'll be able to find some of these older things that were around. And the whole thing was just about trying to preserve the stuff that we got on a regular basis once we started getting some of the indoor stuff, and some of the clones were available, because I started off as just as a dealer selling weed and knew people that grew. So, I knew the market and, what the market wanted. And so, once we got like a certain type of weed that we were getting on a consistent basis and it became popular, and then it disappeared and people were like, well, what happened to that? And, we lost a clone or the room got busted, or, there were so many scenarios of why we lost the clone. And so, once I started growing, that was really one of my main purposes of just breeding for my own self-preservation, just as long as I had some kind of representation of every clone that I touched, basically. And, and that just really just started off, that's how I just started off doing my own, breeding and stuff.
Was it a matter of kind of taking anything you could get your hands on, or were you still kind of weeding things out at that point? Be like, yeah, this will be good for the market, or not so much?
Yeah, well, I guess kind of a little bit of both, because like back then you were lucky to get any clone that you could, but then once you brought it to market, it didn't necessarily meant that it was a big hit or a big demand. Like the Jack Herrera being for one, like, early on, we got some of the original Jack Herrera. I think, I don't know if it was at the Cup at 94, 95. My friend went out and he got an original pack, started growing them in 97, 98. And, when it first hit the market, it was pretty well received. And, the qualities were kind of limited. It was really more of a haze type of a head. It didn't get you super high and stuff, but it was different from what was around. And for those guys, I think it went like maybe like 80 days or something like that. But it produced its huge, like, like colas, like really big. Yeah. And so they were pulling like quarter pound, half a pound off a plant. And back then that was kind of unheard of. So they started just pumping that stuff out, and then the market got oversaturated, and then people, didn't want to buy it anymore. And then I had to tell them they had to kill it. And so, so that was like one instance where, it just kind of like had its little run in the sun. And then, once the weed doesn't sell anymore and you're stuck with it, you're like, well, we can't, I can't, you can't keep growing, and I can't keep buying it if I can't sell it. So it was, it's really a supply and demand sort of a speak thing. And so, whereas the sour diesel, like you couldn't have enough sour diesel. So, I mean, back then I used to have I'd get, 4 or 5 pounds, and I'd have some people come in and be like, I'll buy it all. I'll be like, whoa, hold on, like I got like, 10 other people that will buy all of it too. You know what I mean? So I'd be like, I could sell you maybe a half a pound was usually my limit. If you were lucky, I used to everyone would be allotted a quarter pound. And then once everyone got their allotment, whatever was left over, then I would kind of loosen it up a little bit. But, I had like a pool of regular customers. Some of these guys were also, dealers, and they used to bring me product, and, so we do each other favors. And so, I couldn't let one person monopolize the whole thing. And, and that's the way it was back then.
Well, that's interesting. The sour diesel really kind of came in more or less as a shipment to distribute versus maybe something that, you picked up as a clone and you were running houses with that initially, right?
Well, no. I mean, it was all, from clone, in-house that we were, producing it ourselves. It really wasn't, kind of like what you're saying, like a import or anything like that. All of this was, among friends upstate New York, and also in the city. So all that was controlled, and all that really started once I met the Weasel in Central Park, and he had a little bit of a network of growers, and it just kind of grew from there. And once we had gotten the distribution down, we were able to expand on the amount of people that wanted to grow. And eventually I started growing myself. So at any point we would have like 6 or 7 different people that were growing at the same time. And and I would be and so some people were bigger, some people were small. Back then some people only had a 1 light or 2 lights, and some people had 5 or 6 lights. So it wasn't always a steady supply. Sometimes people would shut down, or so it was always shuffling back and forth. But it was the main thing was just trying to keep just keep that supply coming through, and I was and I was the one that was distributing everything. And so I knew what the market was. And back then, there just wasn't enough good weed around. So, people would, if you had like a 10-pack, people would just scoop it up. But, we couldn't even grow that much at one time. So, like I said, if you got like 4 or 5 pounds at one time, that was a lot out of one room.
And Dave, too, you were talking about kind of the building blocks earlier, and where, it kind of sounds like the 90s maybe is where some of the names came in. I mean, that kind of seemed like the general consensus was, you guys had mentioned Holland earlier, but
I imagine there were more names, but we didn't have internet, right? And information didn't travel as fast. It took quite a while for us to learn what was going on there or there. I mean, like, 84s, 85s, they had names. I went to Reggae in the River in 89, And we already known of Trinity, so that was our mission. We got to Reggae in the River, we set up camp, and every dude would go a different direction looking for the Trinity, because that was our weed, right? And we could get the Trinity. So that was 89. So there had been names. It's
But
just
those names also were kind of regionalized now, not from out of the United States, but now within the United States. You know, you had, you know, like you said, Trinity and other parts of California that were producing weed, and they'd be like, oh, well, where did you get that weed from? Well, you know, I got it from Humboldt, or I got it from Trinity, or, you know, whatever county or town. And so it started to be now specifically towards, you know, some of the California locations.
well, another thing too is maybe if the weed even had a name, we didn't use it because depending on your area, you had your own nomenclature for good weed, right? Like they say Crippy and this in Florida, and I don't know, New York, you probably had some names. You called it the Goo, Green Bud. This is pre-Indo, pre-Chronic. They weren't even using those names yet. Indo and Chronic didn't even exist. Like the rap / African American community wasn't really involved with weed because it got them in a lot of trouble. And if they're going to get in trouble, they're going to deal with other stuff that's worth getting in trouble for. And that was like a big transition part too, was weed breaks. I think there's only 3 things in the world, probably music, food, and weed, that breaks all racial barriers, looks, languages, body types. I don't care if you're a Republican, a Nazi punk, a ska guy, or I don't care if you're a surfer, a hippie, you're going to have something in common and smoke a bowl together. So and that was our information network. Like if you go to a big event, you got people coming from all over, and that's where you learn something new and experience something new, and vice versa. Maybe they took something with them somewhere else. And I think that's how that started. On top of your Dutch seed companies like Super Sativa Seed Club, they're a really early seed club, and Sam's Club, they had to put some names like a menu because it's a product, and they had to distinguish their stuff. And just like when medical started here, before medical, what was there, 2 breeders in the United States? No one was doing that, and then medical started, boom, I noticed it. I saw THC Farmer and Canna Cabana and all that stuff, and JJ and Captain Crip and all these guys doing stuff. I was like, whoa, Tom Hill and these guys. Those are the first guys. Elite Genetics, who isn't around anymore. Those are the first dudes. And then it seemed like, as just like anything, when something is risky, there's value and less people do it. The less risk there is, the least amount of value and the more people do it. And as our transition from going illegal to medical to recreational, it's right in front of our face. When it was illegal, you got a lot of trouble. Not many people mess with weed. And then medical came, people were still hesitant, but started expanding. And then once they realized medical's like insurance, get out of jail if you crash your car, it's you play it right, you're home free. People exploited it. And then recreational came, and now we're at a new point, right? Just like the gold rush, the little guy finds it. The guy with the little more money takes advantage of that guy. He thinks he's on top of the world, but then bigger money comes and says surprise and smacks him in the face. Even that guy thinks he's on top of the world until international corporational money gets involved and everybody's going, I never imagined this. Well, no, it's all right in front of us. We're at this step of that process, and it is what it is.
There's always the bigger fish. And to be completely honest, I hope, the Fed, because I'm in Washington, where I saw it start with the little guy, got bought out by the middle guy. We don't allow MSOs, but the second we do, they'll come and get the middle guy. But ultimately, I want them to be eaten up by the large person in a fully legal system, because then the little people like myself hopefully will be able to rise on the merits of their product versus just sheer capacity. But who knows what it's going to look like in reality.
States have no control over this, because if we look at the history of marijuana laws, it's not an illegal substance, it's a controlled substance. And why they call it a controlled substance is they either let a lot of marijuana out in the public or they crack down. green harvest, right? All these things they do. When they want a lot of it out, they'll leave it alone. But when they want to crack down, they'll come down hard. This is the feds have a right. Why did they patent THC if it has no medical values a long time ago? These guys are smart and they play the long game. I think what's going to be, or what helps us is like craft beer. Our trends change so quick. I can't see any massive large scale operations like Anheuser-Busch or Budweiser being able to keep up with the overhead of the market because the trends change so fast. And I think that's why these craft ales are taking off. I don't drink beer, but I notice the big guys can't mess with the craft ales because the trends change too much. And it's a weird little community in there, right? I think that's what happened with cannabis. Because what they'll do is they'll do like Apple and Tesla and Gap clothing. That's already been told. DuPont has been in this for a long time. They don't let nobody know this. Big boys have been messing with this stuff for a long time. They'll go offshores, have areas that have real low labor rates, to grow this stuff, trim it up, put it on a boat and send it back. And no matter what, they don't care about the quality, right? It's Budweiser. If the overhead is low, the profit margin is what counts, they will do it. And a clue to that will be when they deschedule it, because now the limits are off and it can be state to state. I think one of the things that's holding them back is United Nations have certain laws against cannabis, and that's might be what's holding back the last straw. Until they can condition United Nations and then relax those laws, that'll happen. Because that's what happened in California. We're here now because of the gay people. Those people were suffering from AIDS and cannabis worked for them. And they had the power in San Francisco. And that's the first place it happened with Dennis Perone and all that era of people. They made it happen for the world. They really opened the doors and made it accepted. And that trickled to LA and around the world. And here we are. So, and I think like every business on the planet, capitalism exploits it. Whether you like it or not, capitalism exploits it. But weed was, I think, the last frontier what was controlled by us. No outside entity ever had a control on it. It was a community-controlled environment. And we still have that a little bit. I just don't know how long it'll last.
It's to a lesser degree for sure. But Trevor, I don't know, have you been following some of the changes? Because I know the UN has been looking at this over the last few years to get around countries like I think it's Paraguay, but the import and export, because that is going on between Canada and other countries. So the UN has to eventually make some sort of change or alteration to the drug treaties there.
Yeah, I think 2 years ago, the World Health Organization had a big meeting, and people thought that there was going to be a change and a move away from the single convention, which is the single treaty convention was, I believe, passed in 1960. And that's essentially where the UN got together and all the different member nations signed a treaty that it essentially said, go and ban cannabis or make cannabis a controlled substance in your local jurisdiction. The United States at that time still had the Hemp Tax Stamp Act from 1937 on the books, but it got overturned in 1969 when Timothy Leary ended up challenging it and getting it overturned. And so there's a court case, Leary versus the United States, that actually overturned the Hemp Tax Stamp Act. And the year after that happened in 1969. The next year, the United States passed the Controlled Substance Act. And so part of the Controlled Substance Act getting passed was to be in compliance with the single treaty convention that the U.S. had already been a signatory to since 1960. So, yeah, the UN does need to get its act together and repeal the single convention, or at least, amend it to get rid of cannabis out of the controlled substances. Because as of right now, under the UN, legally, basically the UN has had different declarations declaring, for instance, California's medical program to be in violation of the single treaty convention. And they really only want people to be focusing on hemp and industrial sort of applications as opposed to recreational or medicinal. So that's definitely a major issue. And Dave's on point there too about it's an underreported or understood aspect of medical legalization and how it progressed here in California. Dennis Peron very much was able to spearhead the movement in response to the AIDS epidemic and the AIDS crisis. And that's something that a lot of people don't understand, that were it not for the AIDS crisis and people coming together and figuring out how to address that crisis outside of the traditional medical system, because in the 1980s, the Reagan administration was really slow in responding to the AIDS crisis. People were basically left to figure it out. And San Francisco General Hospital was one of the main epicenters for where things were happening. And the hospital actually let Brownie Mary come in and administer ganja brownies to patients because it was the only thing that people could eat and keep down and actually stop the wasting that was happening. Because one of the side effects of full-blown HIV/AIDS is wasting, and people couldn't keep down food. So yeah, that's a part of our history and something that we really need to remember and recognize, and always give credit where it's due to Dennis and everybody up in the Bay who really spearheaded the movement.
Right, it was like Texas Buyer Club, same type of thing that the guy was doing in Texas. That's what they were doing, is just trying to help people not suffer. And if they were going to pass away, they wanted to make it as least suffering as possible for them. And here we are. And that's the other thing, to go back to what JJ is saying. There was things called dry seasons where you took what you can get. It didn't matter if it was, we didn't have nothing. I remember smoking banana peels and lettuce heads thinking they're going to get you high because you read it in these old get high stoner books. And yeah, you go to like drive-throughs in some sketchy neighborhood to get whatever you could. And then into September rolled around, you're getting anxious because you knew something was going to happen. And through September to maybe January, February, you had the goo or the good weed, whatever had a name or not. And then that tapered off. And if you're lucky, you got Thai, like, August, July area, you got the Thai weed. And then that went fast, tapered off, and you were stuck. Like, that's why I was lucky having my dad having to do with the brotherhood and weed. Year round, there was weed. So that's the one thing. It's like a VIP pass, especially when there's no weed around. You got weed, boy, a lot of doors get opened up for you. A lot of doors. So I was very fortunate. And now that I'm older, I really realize, holy crap, the stuff I got to do because of weed is unbelievable. I would never change a thing because I never got to do any of that stuff. But yeah, there were dry seasons, and it was a time thing. And like JJ said, it came, and you better get all your money together and grab it, because if not, the dude who's waiting down the street in his car to pull up, because that's what you had to do. You had to like call, one dude gets to go. Maybe you run down the street. You couldn't leave right away, but you couldn't hang out too long, right? You couldn't run in, run out, and then you got your shit and go, and boom, you were gone. Like, we'd get an ounce and we'd make 28.09 bags, and we'd get like 2 grams for ourselves for free out of the ounce for $3.50. Because that way we could sell it for like the 15 a gram or something, not really rip people off, but we ended up getting some goo out of it for free. There was all kinds of little maneuvers we pulled just to have good weed. Right? Yeah. I'm sure you guys know when you go to the party, it was like show and tell. Did you see so-and-so's weed? Oh, did you see this guy's weed? And, well, everybody was showing their weed. Unfortunately, those days are gone because everybody has the best weed nowadays.
There's a lot of good stuff.
Whoa, my dad looks at this stuff and goes, wow, this stuff's out of control, right? He went from see-through weed with seeds in it to where we are now. It's like, whoa, right? From a dial-up phone to iPhone. We could talk to people around the planet instantly. We're watching guys in Afghanistan do stuff we've never been able to see before in our lives right now. This is amazing, all this hash stuff we're seeing right now. So I say, welcome to the future. We should take advantage of it.
learn. But we definitely can't forget our past, definitely can't forget the roots. I don't think anybody now is going to know what a dry season is, and that experience. You couldn't stay too long, but you couldn't leave right away. I always call that experience the dealer's couch, because that's where I met the kids from like the other school districts. And the, like you said, it crosses boundaries. I would not talk to this dude next to me normally.
Black, Asian, whatever, you were friends. And you guys had something in common, and you cracked jokes and stuff. And I think that helped why California is so liberal, because we've always had that kind of hippie, free love, experiment, do psychedelics. And when you do any type of mind-altering drugs, you could become from this to this. You see things more in a different perspective. And I think that's why, like New York and the coast have always been pretty liberal with that stuff. Middle America, unfortunately, has to play catch up because they're real tight with their laws and their mindsets there.
Well, both being one of you from West Coast, one of you from the East Coast, it definitely had to travel through the Middle Coast. But you're also talking, we're talking about names, and this was all pre-internet. I saw a buddy Kilowatt make a comment earlier. He said dead tours were the internet before the internet. So how were there certain events or certain ways that those two kind of were bridged? As far as the East Coast, West Coast, sharing of mind, sharing of strains.
The hippie trail. My parents went to Monterey Pop Festival. That was like our dead shows and Reggae in the Rivers or Fish shows today were those events. And it was the same parallel thing we're doing now with just less knowledge and less people. But all doing the same thing, going to an event, buying crafts, trying food, making your homemade stuff, right? Who has those mushrooms? Who has that LSD? Who has that weed? Same thing, just I think on a smaller scale. And then as populations explode, these scales expand as well. And then like we say with the internet, it's like, well, I was a little mod kid. Like I had to wait for 2 weeks, 3 weeks to see what was going on in England. Now it's like poof, right? Anything you want in your head, you can find it immediately. So yeah, it was different back then, but we didn't know any different. Right. So we couldn't say it was worse or better. We didn't know. It was what it was. Just like my dad, we kind of figured out, yeah, those weeds were really strong back in the day, but they can't compete with none of the weeds today because the tolerances back then were that much lower. If your highest weed was 12%, well, right, and you smoked a 13er, of course you're going to get the head spins and get dizzy and think you're hallucinating, right? Because their tolerances are lower. Now everybody's drinking Jägermeister, doing dabs, right? That's the equivalent to it. We're so high up on tolerance that's why the 24%ers better have a certain amount of terpene in it, because 24% of them don't do it no more. But if you took 24% crappy 24 tested weed back to 1973, you'd have the whole party throwing up probably. Right? Can you imagine them doing a dab back then?
No.
Oh my God. It would ruin the weed experience. I bet less people would be into weed.
I'm into flower. I'm a flower guy 100%.
I'm a flower guy myself too.
I agree with you for sure. JJ, I'm familiar with, like Reggae on the River. I'm familiar with some of these West Coast events. What was going on the East Coast? Was there a hub? Was there an annual, like, okay, this is where all the heads get together and, go your own ways throughout the year?
No, well, they had this thing called Harvest Fest that was upstate New York. And, I never participated in that. And it was really kind of, just like, once people would get their outdoor finished, they'd, have this festival and, they'd bring it up there to showcase it and show it around and everything. But, there wasn't really, any really tight community on the East Coast. They were just small pockets of friends that would do stuff. But, it was so sketchy back then that, exposing yourself in any way was just kind of, it was just kind of considered foolish. So
it was probably Pink Floyd concerts and Aerosmith and all those crazy bands like Steve Miller Band and all those weird type of events, I imagine like you probably had some uncles or aunts that were going to these events, right, JJ?
No.
No one in the family kind of messed up.
I didn't have any family connections or anything like that. I pretty much found everything myself. So, everything I picked up, was just pretty much from, the streets in New York and people
just
I knew. And,
waters.
I pretty much, tried to, see how successful people operated, and I tried to learn from them, and did kind of apprenticeships with people, and but touching back to like some of the droughts and stuff, and that really came in the same time when they had the war on drugs, and bringing the imports in just wasn't worth it anymore because they were getting busted, and then they started bringing in the kilos of cocaine and heroin instead. If you ever watched that movie Blow, that kind of depicts that pretty well, because in the beginning the guy was just flying bales of weed over, and then he turned over to the cocaine. But during that same time too, once they stopped those imports, I think that really made people domestically start growing more. And you had the people in California, and that was pretty much a seasonal outdoor thing, and then you had the people up in Seattle and Portland that really started the whole indoor thing. And I guess that kind of expanded kind of north and south from there. It expanded north into British Columbia, Vancouver, and then it made its way down south into California and such. So back then it was really about about the information, to find out and to learn that information, how to successfully grow and do all of that, because when I first grew, I just had some seeds. I put some seeds in the closet, and I put a light in there, but I had no concept of the time cycle or any of that kind of stuff. And so I just thought you pick the leaves off and smoke them. So that was really my very first attempt on trying to grow something. And and it wasn't really till later till someone kind of taught me and told me the whole process, because really the only way to get that kind of information was and it was really in the back of a High Times. If you went and ordered one of the grow books, or if you went to an underground bookstore somewhere in San Francisco or maybe in Greenwich Village. And so so really that information really like Dave was saying, didn't really explode until the internet came out. And and then once the internet came out, and people were showing their different methods and trial and error methods, and we just really kind of created our own community and really brought the technology forward as best that we knew it at the time.
And I know, like High Times is the one a lot of people think of. On the West Coast, I know there was Sinsemilla Tips as well. But yeah, like you said, it didn't really explode until the internet, because just even the act of creating that magazine, like Sinsemilla Tips, put the feds onto Tom Alexander, who happened to own a grow store, which happened to get busted in a green merchant operation. And I think that was late 80s, but he wasn't touching cannabis, wasn't doing anything wrong. It was just that association was still there, where the anonymity of the internet, I think, helped get more information out.
Right, because when you went to the head shop, we couldn't say bong. You get kicked out of the headshot for saying bong was a water pipe for tobacco. And the hydro stores, nothing to do with weed. They were growing tomatoes, right? Like when I started indoor, we didn't really have a hydro store. We knew somebody that worked at the colleges by my house, so we got their sodium walkway lights, and we put them in there and made our own little 70 watts in each corner and 150 on top. I had the Mel Frank book with the spiral bounder, and it said add vermiculite, perlite, worm castings, bat guano. I remember all of it, blood meal and potting soil. Put them in. 3 plants. They were seeds. We got cat piss seeds from San Diego State. They had good weed. We went down there and got some cat piss. There was seed in it. Planted it. Grew it. I took a picture in 93. I got bud of the month and made the cover. I was like, holy shit. Right. And so our next big deal was we got the parabolic reflectors. We found a hydro store. We could get extra edge. That was like the only hydro food you can get. And we had like the 2-liter bottles of Hydroton, and we had all types of different hydro. Then the next big deal is the lights had glass on them. They're like rectangle now, and you had glass. We're like, whoa, that's a big deal. Then the next big deal is you had little ducted vents like on a Volkswagen, little louvers. You had little louvers, and we're like, oh, this is tech. We got the best stuff ever. Then you went from a 4-inch opening to a 6-inch opening to an 8-inch opening to vertical 2 tubes where you're going cool tubes where you did the 1,000 watt per 4 plants to LEDs that look round with stupid colors that grew your plants terrible and you couldn't notice bugs and they cost $1 million to now DE bulbs to LEDs. So I kind of been there since parabolic reflectors. And just like JJ said, you had a book and you just went off what you could go off the book. And when you had a problem, you did what you could do to learn what the problem is and try to solve it. And you kept going. And then I did remember by this time when the internet came out, like AOL and all these things, we were doing rooms of lights. So you got really in trouble. So we all stayed away from the internet. But I remember being on AOL and some guys would make private chat rooms and we're talking about weed. And I was like, whoa, those guys are crazy. Then I heard of Overgrow and I thought everybody was nuts because we were growing a lot of weed for money. Why would you want to be on the internet talking about weed? That's the scariest thing in the world. So I didn't get on the internet until I think THC. I met Swerve and he's like, we're starting this site. You got to go on there. So that's when I got on the internet, as Swerve got me to go on the internet. And then from there, it was a weed tracker. That thing was amazing. That changed the whole weed scene in California. Because when Med started, they made like a weed maps, but weed was so out of control, kind of like New York, that everybody was on weed tracker every 5 minutes. I just got this clone at this store. This store just got this. And it was like a live update of every store in LA all day long of everything they'd get. So you'd run a weed tracker and go, they got those clones, they got those clones. And you'd zoom out to LA and start collecting all your stuff. That's when I started going crazy and actually started breeding. As I started collecting all these clone onlys. Then I went, wait, there's no dads. So if you lose these, there's no way to back them up. So I learned how to do feminized seeds. And that's what started my breeding, was just backing up all the clone onlys. And then I started having extra seeds and started selling and people liked them. So that's why I started breeding based on the collection of seeds I already had and all this stuff I had. I was like, I'm just going to breed stuff that I like. And if people like it, awesome. And I think from weed experience, we've all homed into the best weed, and that's anything OG, chemi, or in that gassy, oily family, whatever it may be, Thai, I don't know, but that seems to be the best weed. So that's where I home into. And that's kind of how my thing started, is being a pot snob and always on the hunt for the holy grail. And now being able to breed is trying to breed your holy grail desert island weed. And that's pretty much Golden Coast. Is I breed for myself and other people like it, awesome, but I don't just make something for the market or because people want it. I guess unless I'm in an emergency and I'm going to go bankrupt, yeah, I might do that. But no, I try to make stuff I like, and I think what I like most people like. It's quality. I'm not too fond of purples too much at all, but like I tell people, they always say, what's the best weed? I said, there's 2 types of best weed. There's the weed you like and the weed that gets you the most money. That's the two best weeds on the planet. If your weed is Blue Dream, that's your favorite weed, that's the best weed in the world. If Blue Dream gets you the most money, that's the best weed in the world. Because it's like everybody has their own tastes and flavors, right? So no one can say this is the best weed.
It's all subjective. Yeah, all subjective.
What you like or get you the most money, that's the best weed.
Yeah.
You know, and we went through all that 6 week. We don't care as long as it finished in 6 weeks. We didn't care how long it was because we were getting money off it. But then after a while, the market changes and people's knowledge expands. And we're like, we're not going for none of the top 39 or any of this 6-7 week shit now. We want quality because quality takes longer. So your taste will evolve with the market, and the market evolves with your taste, kind of. You go hand in hand when you've been around for a while. I'm sure it's the same for JJ. He found some weed he really liked and was like, wow. And that's been his groove, right? JJ, you're into that line, and your mission is to always try to improve it. Work with the stuff, at least like me, I work with the stuff I like, and hopefully I can improve it or take it somewhere that other people like it or I really like it. And I did notice when I started breeding, the breeders would police each other in a very respectful way. JJ was working with chems. Swerve had the SFE and the Tahoe, right? And Rascal had the Fire. And Captain Crip had his NLs and this and that. And Chrome had the whites. And no one danced on each other's toes. Like they always said, hey, do you want to do a collab or can I use this? There was a good deal of respect. That's gone. It's sad. That's gone. You know, and everybody's like, I don't care anymore. Well, if you say I don't care, then the other guy says I don't care. And how does it stop? So that's kind of why I'll get in some tussles with some people, because I keep it real, right? I call them out. Like, bro, that's that guy's stuff, or I'm playing with this. Why would you do that? There's 3,000, 5,000 strains out there. Why do you happen to be working with the same thing that I'm working with? Huh? Like same thing, you know, JJ's working with this stuff, but this dude's going to take this and do the same thing JJ's doing. I'm like, this guy's been doing it longer than you. What makes you think you're going to be able to do the same thing better?
I kind of think the key word there is work. You gentlemen will work lines, whereas I think other people's will just smash them together and then call that done. But I know, Trevor, you've grown some of the Golden Coast genetic stuff. Did you have anything that was your kind of personal favorite or stuck out there?
Just tell them about the bad stuff.
So I grew out the Vintage Afghan, the Calamity Jane, and I think it was Lemon Bubba. And so each one of those, I loved each one of them. There was definitely, I popped a lot, I think about 1,000 seeds when I went through those. And there was definitely a keeper in each one of them. The Calamity Jane was basically like Chem D. Really sandy resin, huge, gassy, chunky nugs, great fireweed. The Vintage Afghan, it's funny, it's got a green and a purple pheno, and they're both incredible. The purple pheno's got more of that grapey, sweeter candy thing. The green pheno's got an incredible lime gassy thing going on. And some of my absolute favorite herb was that Vintage Afghan. So whenever anybody asks me if there was one thing I could get again, I tell them Vintage Afghan, and if they see it, pick it up, no matter what. Like whatever the cost of the Vintage Afghan is, that's some of my favorite herb I've ever smoked. So yeah, Dave's stuff's incredible. I would encourage people to pick up anything you can from him. Hit him up directly, because that's how he rolls, and see what you can get. Anything that's in his library, though, is fire. Same with JJ. JJ, I've run the 3 chems, the original New York City diesel, and the Sour African. Sour African was by far the raciest sativa I've ever smoked. It was just like white knuckle thrill ride, some very, very amped up, energetic herb. And the 3 chems and the ONYCD were, they're fire. I remember getting those from you, JJ, in 2015, seeing you the next year, and smoking some of that outdoor with you at the Emerald Cup. And that was a great experience. But yeah, I got to jump off because my phone's going to die though, guys. It's been an honor and a privilege to be on here with you. Happy New Year, everybody. And yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody in chat and watching online.
Happy New Year, dude.
Thanks for making it.
Thanks, Trevor.
Yeah, of course. Thanks, guys. Take it easy.
See you.
Word.
Yeah. Awesome guy. Always very, very knowledgeable person. I love talking with Trevor.
I have I've been lounging in the background, but no, I have a quick question. You had mentioned the Brotherhood, and then kind of I remember talking to a guy who was talking about stuff coming in through the Navy, the air base, and can you kind of talk about like where stuff was entering I guess both coasts kind of back in the day from outside the U.S.
The West Coast, we got more Mexicans because the smuggling route was closer to the West Coast, whereas East Coast got more of the Colombian because that was a lot closer via that route. So at parallel times, the West Coast has all these Mexicans and the East Coast has all the Colombians. And then basically example, the Brotherhood just would have kind of friends everywhere. One was like the harbor patrol guy in like by the Catalina Islands, and he was like the harbor chief or whatever that was in charge of the boats coming in. So they would hit him up and say, we have a boat coming in from Colombia, and he'd say, okay, no problem. And it would go to like Long Beach or Santa Barbara and load all its stuff like that. And then my dad wasn't a smuggler, more of a distributor. So they had their houses in like Laguna, and they were like big houses, but meditation houses with Afghan rugs and Persian rugs everywhere. And everybody was hanging out, meditating and doing stuff. And my dad and his buddy would go down there and pick up a bunch of stuff and bring it back to where they live, just like kind of we do, and all of us, and then distribute it that way. And then they had many different sources. As far as the naval thing, most likely because were Green Berets were in part of the Brotherhood. They had a network that was crazy. And the whole goal, right, was Timothy Leary wanted everybody to experience LSD and orange sunshine. The whole way to do that, to fund that, was to smuggle in all this weed and hash oil and hash, whatever they could, sell it, pay these scientist guys to make it so everybody could have it free. That was the whole thing of the Brotherhood. But by 72, 73, they all got popped. Anything after 74 is dudes from the Brotherhood that are doing their own thing. The Brotherhood was no longer in a group together. They all had federal indictments and charges and were scattering all over the place. Stuff got real quiet. So it was amazing, basically like kind of like we're doing, you got a dude who makes really good BHO and everybody wants it. So the network tries to find that guy and they get it and take it back to where they came from. And then it gets distributed. And however means they could, early on, it was pretty easy. Like my dad was telling me, and I saw this old Acapulco Gold movie, that one of their buddies was the cop in Tijuana, and he was a traffic cop, and you would go to him and tell him what you want. He would call your brother and send you to a house up on the side of the road, and they had a bunch of weed wrapped in paper, and you could buy your kilos right there. And you would have to pay $40 a kilo. But if you wanted to go to Acapulco, it was better. It was $30 a kilo, but you're going to have to drive all the way down there and bring it back yourself. And also pack it, because they're going to get it fresh. And then before they get across the border, they got to get presses and pack it all up so they can get it across. Like in that movie Acapulco Gold, that guy was really smart. He was really good at swimming. So he'd go to Acapulco, buy a bunch, pack the VW up, get it to Tijuana, pack it down, tape it up, put it in waterproof bags, and he would swim from Tijuana to San Diego, come walk up on the beach with all the weed and put it in the Volkswagen van and take off. So as any way to get it here, you could. LAX in the early days, they weren't looking for weed. So it was just in your suitcases. Dudes were shipping big wooden crates, would be right on the terminal where you pull up with your car filled with weed, because they weren't hip to it early on. But after all the Brotherhood stuff and all that stuff going down and getting busted, they became real hip to smuggling, and there was a big crackdown. So stuff tapered off. Kind of like why the hash disappeared was from the Nancy Reagan war on drugs. So Ronald Reagan does all these sneaky deals with Manuel Noriega to get all this coke in here, right? And then all the coke goes crazy and he feels guilty and Nancy feels guilty. So they go on a war against drugs and start Nancy Reagan's thing, and that cut off all the hash. You know, we lost the Thai bud because there was no more market during the Vietnam War for people to really buy it. So the growers kind of stopped growing it and it tapered off. And that's how come our Thai disappeared. Because originally those Thai sticks were put in soup, right? Vietnamese like pho. Well, so do Thai people. All Laos, Cambodian, they all have the soup. And those were sticks put in to flavor the soup. And when the Westerners, the GIs went over there, they started dating the local girls. They're cooking them food. And these dudes are like, wait a minute, that's weed. No, we can blah, blah. And Vietnamese are real entrepreneurs. They notice there's a market right away. So boom, they start selling dinky dow, right? Wacky weed, the weed. And you could buy little packs of cigarettes, repacked up with weed in it. They had all kinds of ways to buy that weed. And then once the war ends, there's no more market, so there's no more reason to grow it, so it tapers off. Because that's the other thing. In Asia, a lot of people didn't smoke weed back then. If they did anything, they were smoking opium. And weed didn't do much. So why should we even mess with the weed in the first place? The only reason they mess with it because of the market, because of the GIs. And when the war ends, there's no more market and the weed tapers off. That's why we lose our Thai weed.
And it was in
the Americans. In Thailand, it was legal until the Americans paid them to make it illegal, like they did in Nepal and Afghanistan and everywhere else.
Controlled substance, right? They want to control it. It's a monopoly. It's a big, gigantic, long-term monopoly game.
Yeah, but there was Thai exports going all the way into the late 80s. You know, that's when it really, tapered off. The last time I saw Thai weed, 89. We were getting Thai sticks in 84, 85. But you had to know someone back then. It wasn't like it was in abundance. You know, those things were very rare to find.
But like in the 70s, it was pretty abundant. 80s, it tapers off, right? Like you're saying, 90s, it's gone. By the 90s, you don't even really get to see Thai weed pretty much anymore. And that's because
today, like most of the Thai weed comes from Laos. Now that it's legal, now it's changed. But leading up until now, the military and the police pretty much controlled the smuggling on all of that. And
well, yeah, he had enough money. Yours got through.
Really, the quality came down to the priority of it. They were just trying to get stuff through and get paid. So, the real good quality came out of Laos from the research that I've done. There's the Thai stick book, Mike Ritter.
Yeah, like you saying, it's all grown between Laos, Cambodia, and Thailand on a certain plateau in Thailand. That's where it was all grown on a certain plateau on the Laos-Cambodian border. And they were able to manipulate it, right? If the Laos guys are having issues, you could go to Cambodia and pay that army to help you smuggle your stuff. And then, right, pretty soon they had the Vietnamese army filling their ships. If you had enough money, you could pay any level of these guys to fill these ships up and take them offshore and load your ship up. And I'm pretty sure that's how these guys did it, is they utilized the money to help the locals, whoever in charge, get it off the coast to your boat so you could get it out of there. Early days, it was individual guys doing it, but as the market built and the money came up, you're able to buy your way to get it through.
Now, how did that actually start? Did it start, kind of like we're talking about, okay, we know the traffic person, who knows the commander, who knows somebody in the main deck? Or was it from the beginning just the government itself saying, we're okay, give these people clear passage?
I think
was it an organic growth?
You start out little, and then when you maybe go to a farm, you buy a bunch, that guy maybe says, hey, you want to talk to these people? They'll help you get it through. I think it's a work your way up type of thing, to where you get to such large amounts that you're going to need those type of people to help you. That would be the only way. because
Well,
these tons.
but a lot of that started from the GIs coming home. You know, when they were coming home, they were just having their bags filled with drugs.
Oh yeah,
And so, you know, so really manipulating their way through the chain of command through the army, or paying off their way through, because back then, you know, I'm sure, you know, you could have paid for anything back then. And so it was
that's
just
where our heroin problem came from. Is those GIs sending body bags full of heroin back?
Yeah. But once you get that chain of network set up, that supply chain network set up, you know, you just start ramping it up after that until you have a problem.
I think what these guys did is the money from the weed wasn't enough. And since their smuggling was working, they figured, let's just make it cocaine and heroin. And that dirtied the whole market. And I think that's what kind of ruined all the Thai thing too, because greed takes over. And then when you get into drugs like that, they're very dangerous. A lot of bad stuff goes with that stuff, right? Not weed is dangerous at certain levels, but when you get into cocaine and heroin and stuff like that, they're taking out people like, no, not a big deal. It's nothing to them.
Higher dollar value and different personality types, but at the same time, it's still true today. I mean, that's one reason concentrates, I think, are so popular. You can fit a whole lot of concentrate in the size of an ounce of weed, you know, and that may have exacerbated it earlier in those days. I wasn't there, but, you know, we can fill a bag with something that's going to net this or net that.
Right. It all comes down to the money. Most of it. Once you get past a certain point, it's all about the money and greed, right? You got enough money. You could retire. Now you get a high off it and more, you need more. More is not enough. You need more. And they just get caught up. Like some of these boats had like 400,000 pounds of Thai on it that were getting caught. That's incredible. 400,000 pounds of weed on one boat. And there were hundreds of these boats coming over. Like, wow. That's one thing good about weed is, thank God it turns into ash, because there's always going to be need to something to replace it, right?
We say it's like water.
Yeah.
So was the East Coast, were there some things or just kind of methods for getting them in that were just as flagrant because it was under the radar in the early 80s before, you know, Camp on the West Coast and Just Say No from Nancy Reagan came into effect?
A little bit of that is, you know, kind of before my time, and, you know, before, you know, I was really in the know. But I do know that like New York City was just kind of like an import hub from around the world. So it was like, you know, if you had drugs and you can get them to New York City, you know, you can get your money. But I know, you know, specifically, like we were getting some hash in the late 80s, early 90s. And, you know, and it was coming in on a steady basis. You know, we were getting the kilos. I think a lot of it was Pakistani with the gold stamps on them and stuff. Some Afghan stuff. And then then all of a sudden it disappeared. And then I asked my friend what happened. And, you know, he said that there was a big bust on, a cruise liner. And that's how they were bringing in a lot of the hash. And it was in the papers and all. And I remember reading about it. And, you know, after that, you know, it kind of dried up. And so, yeah. So, you know, New York was just, you know, like I said, you know, it was just kind of a hub. And it was like, you just had, you know, a lot of different characters that would just, you know, pop up with a bag full of weed or, you know, LSD or mushrooms. And, you know, it was kind of like on the spot kind of a deal. And, you know, there were certain places that you could go and like kind of like try to retail your stuff up in the park or certain bars or whatever. And then, you know, once you know, got made a presence there, you would be able to expand your market off of that and try to move up into the higher rankings of some of the supply chain. And and that was really a big part of it, was like who you knew, because it all came down to who was getting access to the imports, and and knew the people that were bringing them in. And one of the guys that I knew, he dealt with the Italians a lot, and so they controlled the trucking. So they were using the trucks and bringing the Mexicans up through Arizona, and they'd get them up into New York. And he would get a phone call in the middle of the night, to tell him to show up at a loading dock at like 1 or 2 in the morning, and he would be there, and and everyone had their own group of guys waiting, and the truck would back up, and then they'd start offloading. This crew would get like a certain amount, this crew would get a different certain amount, and so each crew had their guys there. They would take their bricks and they'd be gone, and that's basically how they would operate. And so they would just bounce around from warehouse to warehouse, and you wouldn't know where to go, or they would just tell you to show up there, and you had to be there if you wanted to get your load, and you'd get 100, 200, 300 pounds or whatever, and that would hold you over until the next load came in. And so they just didn't really know what each load would be different, and you just knew what you had at the time, and that's just the way that it worked.
And was a lot of it, for both of you, just kind of almost sight unseen, not like today where you take out the jar, you could take a look at this. This was more or less like, hey guys, bang, 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 let's go.
It was like it was either a take it or leave it thing, and and for the most part, you kind of knew what you were kind of getting, and so they tried to, like Dave was saying, there was like the really light press, the pillows, I used to like to call them, because when you'd break up the light press, it would just fill a whole gallon bag. It'd fill it to the brim pretty much. You'd have to stuff it in a little bit. It'd be really fluffy. And then you had your really tight press, and your really tight press, so you really had to kind of rip it apart. Sometimes stick a screwdriver in the middle of it to rip it apart. And, so there was a big price difference and quality difference between the two.
Were they just as common? Or was it usually one more than the other?
Oh, well, it really depended on, what, most of us really wanted the better ones, and so, and even I remember they'd even have some upper ones, and, most of the time it would depending on, how much seeds was in it, and, the if it was really green and sticky, and, there was like a quality difference and stuff, so it would be priced accordingly, and when you smoked it, you would be able to tell the difference. I remember getting some really good high quality Mexican back in the day that was almost like Afghani like, and that was much, it would be much more like maybe like $400 or $500 more a pound than your regular kind of commercial stuff that your commercial green, fluffy green, what not the flat press. So but that stuff wasn't as common. Like if that stuff came around, you kind of had to grab it, and it was always definitely a higher grade quality. But like I said before, like a lot of that stuff was just there at the moment, and pretty much like the common green fluffy stuff, that was pretty much a staple. But it would be the quality would vary at times, but it wouldn't be brown or anything like that. So there was kind of an understanding of upper mids, as we would call them. I guess you would call them upper mids, and compared to your regular mids, which would be your real lower grade commercial type, tighter press, browner, more seeds, and lower quality. We
You're
can't.
muted, chat.
I'm sorry, Dave. Thank you. Was anything coming to you guys that was like properly cured? Was that even in the equation back then?
Most of the stuff was that I used to get. I mean, some of the indoor, stuff that some of the early indoor, you might not have gotten some cured stuff. I mean, because that stuff was just so rare that people would just send it out. I mean, totally sopping wet, and you could get away with it back then because you were lucky to even get that. So yeah, you just had to roll with what you were able to get at the time.
And it weighed more.
Oh yeah, I mean, you'd have to literally let it sit out and dry it out yourself, and then you'd have to calculate what you paid, for, and then what you actually got at the end. And a lot of the early hazes from Florida used to come up pretty wet and stuff, and so yeah, and they would be like really chemmed out, not flushed, and I mean, back then, it was what it was. It was just you were lucky to get anything like that. And most of the people, I don't even really know if they really had the knowledge, of like what they're doing today, of flushing and the concept of all that stuff. So, even I remember some very crude. The very first BHO that I ever saw, back in the day. And this was like in the mid to late 90s, more probably toward the late 90s, but, they were calling it hash oil, but it was not purged at all. And so people were just smoking like this butane, contaminated oil, and I remember smoking some myself, and it was just that rustiness, that I don't know what you want to call it, of the butane. And later they refined that process, but early on there was just a lot of experimentation and just a lot of non-ethical stuff that used to be able to get away with just because of the supply and demand factor. If there's a big demand for anything that you can get, and just like Dave was saying, with a drought and stuff, and like you would travel anywhere you thought you had a chance of getting some weed. So
how many people today have smoked resin from their pipe, scrape your pipe and smoke resin, right?
Oh, yeah.
You're old school if you're smoking resin from your pipe.
Yeah. Well, that just shows you how desperate you were.
That just shows you what a dry season is.
Well said.
Yeah, I mean, right? You got in the little threads. You got all the little threads cleaned out, and boy, or
you put the bowl in the middle chamber of your prototype and then get that resin.
The little pipe that had the little chamber. You put your nug in there. Yeah. But I never had a nug to put in there. I'm smoking that stuff, man. I was always blown away at people that had all these jars of weed. I was like, how the hell do you do that? I can't keep weed. It's gone. It's gone. As soon as you get it, we smoke it, it's gone. And then like, damn, how do we get more? I think like you were saying time era wise, I think West Coast is a little different. And me being older and my dad being into this, I kind of realize now why I was at all these places, because when you have a kid in a car, it's less likely that the cops are going to pull you over. So my dad would take me to all the places that he would load up on all the weed, and there were always houses. So that was interesting too, is my mom's brother is considerably younger than my mom and dad. he grew up in Redondo Beach, Hermosa during, i.e., when that era for the Blow movie. He was one of the main weed guys. He was dating all the PSA stewardess that were smuggling in the weed on the planes. So they literally did have bedrooms full of weed stacked up. So I'd be, go over these houses in Hermosa or wherever, Torrance, Redondo Beach, Richie's house, my Uncle Dave's, whatever. And I walk in with my dad. I'm a little dude. And tons of weed, tons, the whole house. But they lived there. It wasn't like a trap house where they just kept it there. No, they lived in these houses. So they'd have a warehouse where they'd bring it from the warehouse to the houses, and a bedroom would be filled, stacked up with weed, and people would come by and grab the weed and leave. Man, I remember seeing like a square yard of weed brick sitting in the middle of her living room one day, and I was like, wow, because I was little, so that thing was almost up to my sternum or whatever. It's like, what is this huge, massive pile of weed just sitting there? Yeah, so they're always remember houses. And then for my time too, someone would get the weed. They'd tell you on the phone, oh, this one's killer, or it's like the last one, or no, this one's amazing. They'd try to describe it as best you could. You would go with your money and just try to freestyle it. When you saw it, however good it was. You either grabbed it all or you didn't buy as much. And sometimes you had choices. Usually with the imported stuff, Mexicans, you had several choices. But when it was West Coast outdoor grown green type bud, it was usually a certain type, right? Because the older guys I knew when I was in high school were going to Humboldt State. So we were lucky. They were bringing honeydew back and all what was ever big at that time. They were bringing back 5, 6, 7 Ps. And then we were buying our ounces and quarter Ps or whatnot like that at their house. So that's how that went. Imagine New York's different because everything's so tight. That's why the delivery services thrived. That would never work in West Coast LA. No way. Because everybody has their own car and everything is so separated that wouldn't be possible unless you were in downtown.
Yeah, but also California, I think, was more of an epicenter because of the locale and closeness to Mexico, and then having your own growing climate and everything. So you were kind of like your own producer in a such where New York was just kind of an import city. And so you
had similar, but a shorter season, I think, because you have to remember Southern California, no one could really grow weed. Everybody's close together. There's no wilderness areas. Back then, indoor wasn't really heard of. So anything that was really good either came from Temecula, they called it Southern Humboldt, the Temecula area, or it came from NorCal, probably from San Luis Obispo. Sometimes Santa Barbara, you get some stuff, but mostly San Luis Obispo and up was the source of all the type of green weed.
Well, Santa Cruz, you had the Big Sur, holy weed, and
yeah, but I'm just saying, as far as Southern California, we would be like New York, where we didn't produce a lot in Southern California. We were mostly getting imports from around the state because, right. Say in LA, you couldn't. In 1980, I've been in photography forever. I worked at a photo lab one time, and someone brought in their pictures, and they had an outdoor grow, and the goddamn photo lab called the cops and busted them. That's how gnarly it was. So and I'm a photographer. I learned right away, if you shoot slide film, a machine does it and they can't see the pictures. But I knew right away, anywhere in Southern California, if you took a picture of something illegal, whoever developed that was going to call the police on you. So it was very dangerous to grow weed in Southern California. It didn't happen till late 90s or so, when people learned how to tap and weed value was high, that they went crazy. But before then, it's kind of unheard of. Not many people grew, very rarely. So Southern California was mostly getting the weed from Mexico or San Diego or the desert or Santa Barbara or NorCal. We were like, right, we had the music, the movie industry. There's lots of money, just like New York. Wherever money is, the good, best quality gravitates there for the high dollar value. So if you're in LA or Hollywood or New York, you're going to have the best weed from around the United States gravitate to those areas. And if your network and your dollar value let you, you could participate in those weeds. Or if you're if you're a pro athlete or a musician or God, whatever, if you have something that it gets you in the door to be able to get that weed. So I remember before OG and Bubba I was known as Lemon Dave because I had the gnarliest lemon weed anybody's ever tried. So Be Real and Paris Hilton and Snoop Dogg and Black Eyed Peas, everybody was after my weed. So I was like, cool guy, Lemon Dave. Whoa, this shit's really unique. It's only coming from one place. They were paying $6,000, $7,000 a pound. I didn't get that much, but by the time I sold it to this one guy and them, because he knew them, it's $6 to $7 a pound. And then within 6 months to a year, Bubba shows up and lemon's not a cool anymore. And then about 2 or 3 months after the Bubba shows up, OG's everywhere, and now OG's the king. And OG remained the king forever until Cookie showed up. And that knocked OG off the pedestal for a while. It was really expensive because it slow veg, low yield. It was good weed, so it got the price of OG's around the $6,000. And then you had the Alien line show up. That wasn't too ooh-ah. Then what, Gorilla Glue, that, messed with some people on the pedestal for a while. Then you had your strawberry tangies and all that show up. And that wasn't so much for flower as more so concentrates, because flower-wise, it didn't get you high at all. But in a concentrate, it tastes amazing and got you high. And that's when the BHO was taking off. So those kind of played in hand. We had a big surge with tangy, strawberry, bananas, craziness, right? That went crazy for a while. And then we got the Skittles thing for a while. Now we've been cookies, purple stuff, anything purple indica, right? Now where I see us phasing, you don't have to have all purple now. Now they want candy gas. Anything super candy or candy gas is where LA's market is right now. I don't know about the rest of the United States, but that's LA market. And unless you have candy gas, you are not selling your weed at all. If you got outdoor, you are not selling your weed. It's got to be the best grown candy grass indoor weed in order to sell your weed and get good money for in LA. It's pretty crazy.
The competition's tough. The competition is tough.
I feel COVID screwed us up a lot too, because we used to have events, and the events brought people from around the United States that got to put their face in a jar and experience really good weed. Without that, whoever's the most popular dude on Instagram, oh, this guy must know what he's talking about. He's got 1 million followers. Oh, he likes Gary Payton and jealousy. It's got to be the best weed in the world. So we want that. And that momentum has started, because as soon as these people that want that weed experience the other weed, they go, oh my God, what have I been doing? This stuff actually gets me high. The other stuff
I think Prop 64 also affected that a lot, because pre-Prop 64 was when you could stick your nose in the jars and go to events and have it out.
It's a complex cookie, right? A lot of ingredients make the cookie where we're at now. But at least at Emerald Cup, everybody, Bodie had his sacks. I had my sacks in a backpack, and you can go out in the back or somewhere's booth and stick a jar in someone's nose. You could still do it. We don't have that now. It's really gone to crap, because everything, hate to say this, is based on Instagram. You realize if Instagram kicked off weed, the whole weed market would crash? Everything is relying on Instagram. It is, whether we want to admit it or not. It sucks. And then it's become not to how good the weed is as who the person is. It's, can I get likes or follows? How much attention can I draw from this cannabis? That's where we're at right now. And if it takes finding someone's little weakness or mistake, and they all gravitate to prey on the weakness to draw attention to themselves, because that's how they have nowadays. I mean, I've never seen weed pages. Everybody had weed. Now you see weed pages, just memes. When you're complaining about a guy breeding or how he grows this weed or what this is, when your whole page is memes, what does this become?
Yeah, but Instagram itself, just think about it. What is it? You're doing this, you're scrolling, and then all of a sudden you see something that's eye candy and it catches your eye, and you stop and you look at it, and you might give it a like, or you might make a comment on it, and it's the same thing with these Mylar bags now everything is marketed on these Mylar bags. It's got this real
cartoon
looking, cartoon character on it or whatever, so the weed must be good. It's And it's the same thing when you're driving down the highway and you see a billboard with a sexy girl. So it's going to catch your eye. You're going to take a look at it. So a lot of it is really based off of marketing. And so when you're doing the marketing, you know, who are you marketing to? You know, a lot of this is marketing towards, you know, younger kids and inexperienced smokers, because that's where the most of the you know, especially with legalization, you know, this is where the majority of your new smokers are coming from is younger people, because that's where the majority of young people are. It isn't older people like us that are just fading out, you know, out of the majority that are kind of considered leftovers. So really the market is really kind of dictated by the younger kids and crowd. And that's why he's
That's
this
what I'm saying. He who has the most followers must know about weed, because he has a lot of followers.
Right, but that's why Cookies is so successful, because you got, you know, a B rated rapper that's got an underground, you know, weed following, and kind of like you said, you know, once you get that momentum and that notoriety going for you, you kind of just build off of it. And that's what Cookies are. They're master marketers. You know, I can't hate them for that. You know, the weed itself doesn't, has no merit, or I wouldn't say no merit, no real substance to it, But if you're a young, inexperienced smoker and you don't know the genetic pool of what's really out there, then you think that stuff is cool. So, you know,
let me phrase it. Just think in Cookies, instead of Burner had JJ. Now the influence that Cookies have would be a lot more knowledgeable than what we're dealing with Burner. And that's the problem, is the role models don't have the proper knowledge for the new young people that are going to take our place. And we need to somehow educate the younger people that are going to take our place. So when we're gone, they're there to tell the next generation of young people. But our educators are not educators. They're, what do they call when they get they're influencers, right? It's more about how much effect do you have on the public, more so than the product you're representing. And for those guys, that's an investment group. JJ, if we had that much money backing us too, holy crap, we'd be pissing on every hydrant, making friends with every dude, selling them a dream, grabbing all their genetics, climbing on some Mars, and putting them under our label. Because that's the budget they have. They can buy their way into anything. They have no shame in their game, and they're buying legacy. And like you said, you can't blame them, because that's marketing. Everybody's into this for a different reason. Those people are into making money. And that's a proven system that makes money for any business. And I don't hate them I don't care for them, but I don't dislike them and hate them. That's their thing. That's their lane. What I do is my lane. What I do doesn't affect them, and what they do doesn't affect me. The only thing is my complaint is they have so much influence on the market. I wish they would gain more proper knowledge and push that through to their people instead of putting Coors and Budweiser down their throat.
Yeah, but also they have so much influence that they try to keep the small legacy people like ourselves out of the game, where they don't want us to be able to compete because they know that we have a better product than that. And so, they kind of just dumb down the whole market is just going to be kind of dumbed down, the commercial market, I feel, because you're not letting craft get into the game. You're just going to try to steal their genetics or
they don't know what craft is. Even if it was right in front of their face, they don't have the experience to know what it is. And that's the thing, is Burner needs to gain experience. Burner needs to try other weeds. Burner needs to listen to some dude who may have experience but doesn't have 100 million followers with gold chains and look cool, or everybody doesn't like him, right? Like, Mike from Coastal, or all these guys have immense knowledge that they could be sharing with Burner, because not everybody is born with need knowledge, right? We have to get it somewhere.
Well, that's why I picked up Bodie.
And if Burner's in that position, the best we can do is, we're not going to get rid of him, would be to help educate him so the information he puts out does a positive thing. whether it helps their company or not. I just think it's the right thing to do. It's integrity. And like I say, with no events, all we have is the internet. And basically on the internet, all you have is Instagram. And Instagram right now is based on how many likes and followers can I get, sadly.
It's funny. You need to come to one of the LA. I do a weekly LA event, and exactly what we're talking about is kind of my, like, as I sit there smoking all the dessert and fruity weeds that are rolled for me, and it's all like packaging, and then actually when you were talking about it, I was thinking, I was like, fuck, like my packaging is like plain brown coin envelopes with me writing on it. I was like, I need to up my packaging game.
You don't grow packaging though. That's what counts. You know, like all these dudes talk shit about JJ seeds or my seeds. Well, dudes, you've never grown our genetics. Why are you talking shit about our shit when you've never grown it? Like, there's 5 guys that are just pains in my butt. They hate me with all their life, but they've never bought my seeds or grew them. Why do you hate me so bad?
And why do they keep following you? That's what I don't understand. It's like, if you hate me, go away.
So here's the thing. A lot of breeders think I'm a kind of a dickhead because my attitude is out of sight, out of mind. This is a poker game at this point. I'm not going to show people my hand. So I don't add breeders to my Instagram. That's why my profile is private. Every single person there is hand-picked. I don't just add people, right? It's quality over quantity. This is now our poker game. I don't want you to see what I'm working with, and I don't want to see what you're working with, because I will probably make wrong assumptions and say something stupid and have to eat crow and put my foot in my mouth. And at the same time, I don't want you looking at my stuff and see what I'm doing, right? So now I don't know what you're doing. It keeps me from saying something stupid. And 2, if you don't know what I'm doing, then it keeps you from copying me. And 2, I can't get mad at you if you happen to be working with the same genetics. How would you know you can't see what I'm doing? But when we both see our thing, then I'm always like, I'm the only one working with sage. Why all of a sudden all these dudes got sage? So I'll move to something else. And I'm like, fuck, I'm trying to work with something else that no one's working with, but all of a sudden everybody's working with hog's breath. What the fuck is going on? So is this a quinky dink or are people peeking at each other's hands?
I see. I don't get involved with that anymore. You know.
Well, I just don't add them, and it's out of sight, out of mind. I have no problems.
Yeah, but people don't really care anymore. You know, if people are gonna, support known rats and everything. I mean, back in the forum days, it used to really mean something, kind of like what you were saying before. But and I used to fight that fight harder than anyone in the world.
Oh yeah, I've seen them.
Now, I've learned that it's just a losing. You're just wasting your time. Really, you just really got to focus on what you want to do. I mean, I like to keep tabs on like what other people are doing, but I don't particularly will chime in. I see a lot of people like yesterday I saw some guy saying he wants to take the Star Dog guava and fem it into the Star Dog quarry, and it's like, yeah, I could have chimed in and said something and started this whole big thing, but you know what? I just kept doing this and just scrolled right on past it, Yeah, I mean, it's just not worth, fighting that fight anymore because, especially with a lot of the new jack kids that come in, like you were saying before, there's no more risk anymore. I mean, back in the day, there was a risk of actually shipping seeds. Like if you had, shipped some seeds that got caught up in the mail and they traced that back to you.
Elite Genetics is a good example.
You would have found yourself into some big trouble. Yeah. But I think that case, involves a credit card with a underage kid using a parent's credit card or something like that.
Regardless, you could get in trouble for even sending seeds. Nowadays, it's like, no big deal.
Right.
But the other thing about some of these arguments is I will get an argument back and forth with people because I don't try to tell lies. What I feel that I express is true, and if it's not, I'll correct myself. And two, people learn from these arguments. When this dude says, oh, like Ace Seeds stole my haze photo and reposted my same photo and we're trying to sell the haze seeds like they had it and grew it. So now we got Little Golden Coast has to go up against Ace Seeds. You know, that's not going to work out too well for me because they're extremely popular worldwide. But at the same time, I'm not going to let these dudes literally take the picture off my page and say they have those genetics and sell them. One, you're stealing my image. Two, you're lying to people, ripping them off. So I called them out. I copied the photo and said, dude, you're stealing. Why are you doing this? How, like, really? The picture's on my page. Everybody can see it, right? I go, how long did it take to flower? How long did you veg it for? What type of phenos? They couldn't answer it. And I had to argue with so many dudes that you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, that's AC, blah, 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 blah. And you got to get in a back and forth. And by doing that, people read that and learn. Oh, so that's what really happened. So I hate these arguments, and some of them suck. Like one breeder stole my stuff and blatantly lied to the whole community, didn't. So I had to bring up the text messages of him narking on himself to someone else. And no one would ever believe me unless I brought that up and gotten a back and forth. So some of these back and forths, the community learns what this is all about, why this argument happened, strain origins, who had it first, who was doing this, why did this guy say that? There's a lot of stuff like that going on. So sometimes I feel like in some of these arguments, people are watching these arguments and they think it's stupid, but they're actually learning part of our weed history. That's what's gone on in the last 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 20 years, right? Because a lot of people are in the spotlight and are way up on a high pedestal for not doing anything, all on a false image they've put out. And right, I'm not going to go call them out, but when you come to me and get in an argument back and forth with me, don't think I'm going to pull that on you, because I'm not making up anything. It's true. And I didn't come to you to start a fight, but now you came into my area and you're poking me in the butt. Well, then let's go. That's why I call it mind checkers. Okay, if you want to play mind checkers, let's go. Because there's proof in my pudding, right? And I won't get in a fight where if I think I have to lie to make myself right. I just won't even go there. But certain dudes, like I purposely avoid them. Oh, that guy's fake. His dad was never in the Brotherhood. They're full of crap. Some very popular people. Oh, that guy's full of shit. I don't go call them out and say, oh, you're wrong, you're wrong. But when they come into my page and talk crap, then I'll pull them out, right? You know what I mean? Oh, you said this, but how come this? And where's your proof that the proof that I have isn't true? You know, that kind of thing. So I don't like arguments, but sometimes I think you have to do it.
You gotta pick your fights and your spots, and kind of, you know, with the ace thing, I kind of get it. You had the proof on them and stuff, but like, you know, when someone starts knocking off some of my seed lines or whatever anymore, it's just really not worth getting into an argument saying why are you or putting them on blast or anything like that. It just doesn't work anymore, you know. Because, you know, you got all these new kids that they just want to get into the weed game or be a breeder or whatever for whatever reason. And that's the reason why they're getting into it. When I started, I didn't get into it to be a breeder. I got into it for my own self-preservation. And it just kind of grew from there, you know, where today people are getting into it to be a breeder, to be a part of, you know, the industry, or, you know, and there's, you know, so many different, you know, facets and angles that you can do. And so most people just want to just take the easiest route and just take something that's been successful by somebody else and just work off of that, you know. And so,
well, I mean, you got guys that take your genetics.
I mean, look like a guy like Copycat. Copycat is
his name. His name says it all.
Off of copying off of other people's genetics, and you can say what you want, but the guy sells seeds, you know, and that's the bottom line. A guy like Dawg, a known a known rat in the community, still gets support, still sells seeds. So this is really the mentality that you're fighting against. And yeah, you can educate a certain amount of people that want to be educated, but there are people out there that just don't really care.
I agree with that, but at the same time, out of 10 people, 2 of them may care.
No, I understand that.
And if I never got into the argument, at least those 2 people would have never known. Example, the guys in Hawaii take my genetics, say screw the guy, they feminize it, keep the same name and sell it under the same name and tell me, too bad, what are you going to do about it? Of course I'm going to go in a back and forth. Like, 1, just because you feminize it doesn't make it different. It's the same thing. 2, which is wrong, you kept the same name. That's a double no-no, right? Like, how can you? That's like me taking your Star Dog, feminizing it, and still selling it as Star Dog.
Well,
and people, going, well, what's the?
People do that all the time. That's what I'm saying.
But is that right? Is that okay?
It's not right. You know what I mean? But
if you see, if your kid steals from the store all the time, or your friend's kid, you just gonna keep letting them, or sometime maybe say it's probably not cool that
many people out there that you can't run and track them all down. And even if you did, it's like you're not going to do anything to change. The only thing you could try to do is you could try to educate the people so they won't buy those seeds, but you got to realize who your customers are. My customers are not going to buy those seeds. Okay. You know, if you're going to get a lowbrow customer, more than likely he's not going to buy my seeds because they're too expensive. He's going to buy a knockoff pack because they're $50 or whatever. So, you got to reach the realization that, you're not going to reach everyone, and you just concentrate on the people that you can reach and work off of that, because those other people, they're not your customer, and they don't really care. They're just going to do most of it's based around money. So whatever is cheapest, and they can try to get a knockoff strain for the, instead of paying full price and get it cheaper. That's what people will do. And, it depends on, for me, I'm the kind of person I would rather pay more money and get it from the source. You know what I mean? So it depends on like what kind of a connoisseur you are. You want to be, the low brow guy, or you want to be the guy that's getting them off from the source. So,
based on their knowledge, and they only know what they know.
Right.
Example, the argument with the Hawaii guys, a lot of people came up to me and said, bro, I had no idea that was your stuff. I'm glad you got in that argument, else I would have never known. So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you don't get into it, then you have a lot of people that don't know. If you get into it, you got a lot of people that dislike it, but at least you're educating some people to where they know, right? And that's why I say I don't go after everyone, but certain ones I will get in a back and forth with, because it lets me piss on the hydrant. That's mine. And it also lets, maybe 2 out of the 10 people are going to learn something. And it's better that 2 people learn than nobody's learning.
Yeah.
And that's all I say is sometimes I will get in back and forth with people. And it's only a handful, rarely. And a lot of the arguments I get into is sticking up for other guys. And I don't mind that. I'm a big boy. I know what I'm doing, And if some dude's fucking with somebody that's my friend or their livelihood, I'm going to say something. Because when I was growing up, they had this thing called being put in check, and you learn from it. When you're with all your buddies and you did something stupid and your one cool buddy says, what are you doing, fool? That's stupid. And you go, I get it. You got put in check and you learn from it.
Yeah, I know. But a lot of times you're arguing with a guy that's got 50 followers and 2 posts. And so it's like, you got to pick and choose your battles. When
that's what I was saying. I do.
And that's the point I kind of wanted to try to get to too, because a lot of these people, you do have to pick your battles. But you guys both mentioned in marketing, there are some people whose entire business strategy is based on getting in these types of conversations, because they will build the name will get out there, and in a month everybody forgot what it was, but they still remember the name. Oh, I think I heard of that guy.
Yep.
their entire model. So you know, you're both right, but you do have to be careful of which ones you get into, because there
Well,
are
that's why
some
I didn't
people.
mention any of them by name on this show, because that
Smart. And I'm
helps
not going to do it
them,
either.
right? That helps their whole process. And if we've been around long enough, you know who the bottom feeders are. I call them bottom feeders. We're the game fish. These are the carp and the catfish eating all our shit because that's all they got. And their bad attitudes and their bad breeding process or strain collecting, whatever it may be, is always going to keep them on the bottom. They don't know how to, besides the weed thing, they don't know how to treat humans as a human. So they'll never leave the bottom. And it's, you know, it's these JJ knew, we all know who they are. We don't have to mention names. There's about 5 to 10 of them that you heal throughout the year, just causing unnecessary problems for people because they got no game for themselves. That's the only game they have, is by attacking other people. Like you said, it keeps their name relative, right? That's the whole thing. That's why I said some of these weed people don't even have weed on their page no more. It's just memes, because their weed wasn't good enough to keep them relative. And the only thing that keeps them relative is making memes about somebody else's problem. Right?
Although I do like Trevor's memes. Trevor makes good memes.
Well, Trevor is knowledge. It's not trying to belittle somebody.
Yeah, he could flex all his cannabis knowledge.
Schooling, there's education there.
But he doesn't need to.
He posts weed and grows weed, so who cares? I'm talking about these dudes that claim to be these weed growers. Their whole page is just memes making personal fun of people personally, right? Like, see how fat that guy is, or how retarded, or whatever. It's personal shit, you know. It's silly.
So the conversation you guys were having before is kind of, that's another example. Like, you guys both understand each other's perspectives. You kind of approach it differently, and there's kind of a spectrum of, you know, like some breeders would say, if you buy my seeds, do whatever you want with them. Like, you bought them, they're yours. I think other people who are like, yeah, use my stuff, but if you're going to use it, at least like reference the lineage correctly. And then like,
yeah, you're totally right. Well, obviously it helps if you put the name there. It helps me being able to continue what I'm doing. And I learned from JJ and all the guys on THC forums and all that stuff. And you never copy another breeder's work or use the same names. You can outcross all you want, is fine. I'm smart enough to know I sell regular seeds. They're going to get a male and do crosses. Cool. Just don't cross my genetics to my genetics, right? Like, if we're DJs, why would you come up after me and basically play the same songs I played, just in a different order? Do you think the crowd wants to hear that when there's 5,000 songs you could be playing? So that's my argument, is don't copy my stuff, and please always give credit. I would hope you give credit. But no, you can breed all you want with my stuff, just don't cross it to each other. And that was the first thing I asked DJ Short when I first met him. I said, if I started breeding, what's the most important thing I should know? He said, there's 2 things. Always kill the strains what they are and give credit. And people are going to only remember the bad and never the good. Your reputation is everything. And ever since he told me that in 2009, I've lived by that. My reputation is everything. And always give credit to whatever you're working with, regardless. So those have kind of been my gold models, is your rep is everything. They're only going to remember the bad, not the good, and call everything what it is, because that's what you would want people to do with your stuff, right? And I think that was great advice he gave me. And it's true, right? People only remember the bad. Oh, these seeds didn't germinate, or these ones hermied, or this and that. You know, you hear more of that than you do the good stuff.
The vocal minority there. The vocal minority.
Yeah,
So,
no, I agree with that 100%. I mean, the integrity, it takes one thing to destroy your reputation. And, you know, even on the seed bank side, like if someone's ever like, I bought some stuff and it didn't germinate, I'm like, another pack's on the way.
Yeah. And
The
that's
next
what
time I'm at the post office.
Yeah, and that's
Like, no question. If it's like the 4th time, I'm just like, good God, like it could be user error. It could be that they're, you know, just the germination rates on like are low. I mean, if I start to hear it from multiple people But if it's like one dude over and over, I'll keep sending packs. I'm just like, please God, let him have success with the next one, or I'll just refund, right?
I just look
But
at the followers. If it's under 200 followers, I know they made the mistake. To get a lot of followers, they know what they're doing. It's probably my mistake. No,
but the customer's always
I'm
right.
just making a joke. Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
no.
yeah.
And I know, like, you know, a lot of these people too, you know, that kind of troll people, and they're just in the business of trying to find something that you did, you know, like try to dig up some dirt or expose you in some way that you misled your customers or the public, or I get that all the time. It's like you constantly have a target on your back, and and it's the internet, so everything you say lasts forever. So when you're giving out information and everything, if you're on the up and up, you know that you have nothing to worry about. Nobody has anything on you. You're not lying. You're being truthful to your knowledge, and sometimes the knowledge that we know changes. And that's the history of cannabis, because it's really an oral history in sort of a sense, and we only go by with what we were told and what we believe until some new evidence shows something different, or someone pops up with a different story that's credible, or whatever, and then that history kind of changes or whatever. And so some of these people just go around trying to try to expose you, or try to be like some kind of like weed detective, and that's kind of like I don't want to mention any names, but some other people they just go around doing that, and sometimes they hit the nail on the head, and then sometimes they're just way off base. So if you're gonna go around throwing accusations around people, or whatever, you better have some proof to back yourself up. You got to have
that's what makes Trevor so amazing, because he is a weed detective, and he'll start pulling stuff from like
right,
court proceedings.
right.
You're like, holy shit, like I never want to be in Trevor's crosshairs.
right. Where I have people targeting me because some guy made a post saying I was a rat, or I did this, or I did that, and that's their reference of information, and it's just hearsay. And a lot of people just like to pile on, and and try to, everyone likes a train wreck. They like to build you up, and then they like to tear you down just as fast. So if you conduct yourself in the right way, with transparency, no one will ever have anything on you. And so that's why a lot of these people, I used to fight back and forth with them, and now I just block them. It's just really, if you really think about it, you're fighting with, who are you fighting with? You're fighting with an entity on the internet. It's just like, it's just like could be this made up person,
right,
so to speak, with no credentials or anything.
Actually, the ones I get in arguing with, I personally know them.
Yeah. Well, like Dave, you were saying earlier too, though, it's about the long play, and ultimately in the long play, ethics and integrity are really what shine through. And a lot of these people who may be entering the market, or the Instagram #1 fans, they're up and down. They'll be here today, maybe here for next year, and then they'll be gone tomorrow. But if you have the long play, those people are the ones that are going to stick around, and will probably try to actually educate themselves to the real
that's
story.
The thing is, forgive them, Lord, lo, they know not what they do, right?
But a lot of these people, you don't even see them. Like a lot of us have met in person, have met at different shows, But a lot of these people, that's what I'm saying. Like, these are this kind of entities on the internet that you will never meet. They'll never show their face. They'll just always be out there giving their opinion how you suck or whatever, and that's because they have nothing else going on for themselves, and I don't know if it's a jealousy thing or and just like Dave said, like most of these people, they're going on what they might be going on someone else's opinion on you, and they've never even grown out your gear or anything. So they, a lot of it is kind of like a popularity contest in high school almost. And you got to really do your research, and and you'll find out who the real people are in the industry, and then who the people are, who the posers are.
Actually, just quickly, a clarification on what I was talking about before, because so Disbanded Brotherhood was one of those people who I assume I sent packs to that didn't germinate, and then like I sent more maybe a third time. The end of that story was, to me, the best breeders, and this I don't like when that happens, but I send new packs. I also let the breeder know, hey, like an FYI, something of yours didn't germinate. I sent another pack out, no questions asked. I love when I hear back from the breeder, of course, like, send anything from my whole lineup. Like, they want to make it right too. That kind of shows me what the breeder is all about, which I like when that validation happens.
Right, but what's a pack of seeds going to cost you, like, to replace them? Okay, and then what's the cost of an unhappy customer? Because a lot of my customers are repeat customers. So number one, you're going to lose them as a customer, and then number two, they're not going to have anything good to say about you, or they're not going to give you any good referrals. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation. I mean, if you balance out, a pack of seeds that's going to cost me how much compared to losing sales and customers, I mean, it's a no-brainer for me.
I never had that problem because I don't say this, but when people buy seeds, I just throw in extra packs. And I imagine if any of my stuff didn't germinate, they're so stoked they got extra packs or something, they don't say anything. My thing is, I've lost seeds, sending them to the person who purchased them. They got lost. And that's pretty painful because some of these orders have been huge. And it's like stuck because they did
international orders that get seized at customs.
Yeah, well, I won't even do it. Some of it's my fault. I write the wrong address. So one example was, dude sent me the thing. I look at the envelope, got the address, write it down, send it. And then he says, well, didn't you look inside? I put a different address. I said, oh, damn. So I just send them the same seeds for no cost because it was my mistake. Sometimes there was one thing where the money got lost. I know he wasn't pulling funny business, so he actually did send the money. But what I do, send him that value in seeds, so I get nothing, but he actually gets seeds? That's the tricky one. So I sent him a little more than half his order, right? He spent a certain amount, got less than he was expected, but I got nothing and had to send out seeds. So that's a tricky one. As far as germination goes, I breed weed for myself, so everything I breed, I'm growing. So I know if my seeds don't germinate, I didn't even sell those seeds. I know the seeds germinate, so when somebody says, hey, those seeds didn't germinate, I kind of get an idea possibly of what might be going on. I'll ask them questions, what they do, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I put it in Fox Farms or I hit it with newts, right? That'll kill your seeds. You can't fertilize seeds or stuff like that. I get it. But when some did say, oh, the seeds were light and none of them germinated, well, one, I don't sell light seeds, and it's impossible. I always put extra seeds in the pack. So you mean out of the 13, 14, 15 seeds in there, not one worked? That's where I'll call bullshit on the dudes. And maybe I'll give them a pack, or maybe I tell them too bad. I don't care. That's maybe my shitty customer service. But
I was gonna
it's
say this is where you and I differ on our
well,
approaches.
it's just based on my experience from being in this for a long time.
Yeah, I used to be like that too, but you're only hurting yourself when you do that.
Well, I feel out the dude, and luckily the couple dudes that pulled it, I was right. They were pulling funny business, so knock on wood, I've gotten lucky. But most of the times, I never had a germination problem. It's losing the seeds, and I usually just send it to them. And that's the one thing was when they send the money and it gets lost. That's the sketchy one. Because did they make a mistake? Did they really send the money? There's all kinds. I've had funny business like that before.
Yeah, well, I mean, they got to have tracking on that show, at least that they proof of that they sent something. You know, there's a lot of ways.
I had one dude stick in a bunch of postal receipts and then kind of purposely rip the bag itself and sent it with no money, these receipts in there, saying, no, there was money in there. I said, are you sure? He goes, yeah, the post office must have stole the money. I said, what do you mean the post office must have stole the money? Well, they had to. I sent the money. And I said, well, how come the label on the package is over the cut in the package? Right? So the package had the cut, and then they put the shipping label over it. So if the post office got in there, there's no way that cut would have been under the label. So the dude got caught trying to pull funny business. Yeah, there's all kinds of funny guys. That's just the way it is, right? Because any business, someone's going to try to pull something funny. I don't care if it's a veterinarian or wherever it is, 7-Eleven, someone's going to try to pull some funny business. No difference in the weed world.
And the crux of the problem too is that this industry, even though it does, have its structure, has its taxes, has its privileges, we don't have the same rights to do things like credit card payments en masse, or simple things that would eliminate all of these problems. So
but that's the damned if we do, damned if we don't. Because if we go back 20 years ago when things were super illegal, holy crap, right? We probably wouldn't be doing this because we'd be scared to death of it.
Cashier's checks seemed to work then, right?
Well, yeah, but you got to use your driver's license to cash it, right? So there is always a little trail to these things if they want to play some kind of funny biz. But I think we're at the point now where before they would arrest you for the substance that's in there. Now they don't care so much about that as how much is the value and what taxes are you not paying. And when you get to a certain point of not paying taxes, that's where they're going to get you. They don't give a shit what's in these packages no more. Unless it's like, a large amount of a highly illegal substance. But weed-wise, the stuff I'm hearing being sent around, like stuff to London, massive amounts, I don't think they really care too much. Where they're going to go is watch you, do it for a couple of years and watch you, because the feds can do that. They'll build their case and they'll go after tax things on you. And they'll go that way to seize assets. Because the whole thing for them to bust you is for a statistic and assets. And if they don't get a positive statistic or assets out of it, it's not worth the bust. Right? Every case there is, it's all about a conviction statistic or how much assets can we get. Because when you're little enough, your conviction statistic is not big enough, and the assets, you don't own a house, you don't own a car, they don't want to mess with you. But as soon as you have stuff in your name, now they're going to make their move. And it's always been like that, right? It's always like that. They want assets and statistics because the statistics get them their funding also. Right? The convictions, the bust, all that gets the funding from the government. All the shit that convict is more money in their little piggy bank so they can buy all new cars and toys and army shit for their police station. That's what all that shit's about.
Well, that almost like brings me 180 to a question we were talking about earlier. You were talking about, the square yard of weed in these houses and, just the massive quantities of it. What did you do about the smell? Did things like move that fast? Like, were they in and out that fast?
It depends on the era, because in the old days, the weed didn't smell like it did. That didn't happen until the indicas, right? Everybody wants roadkill skunk. That's not a bred strain. That's an Afghani probably grown under a certain environment in a certain soil and is expressing itself. Out in the area, it smelled like roadkill, but the closer you got, it didn't smell like it. Smelled more coffee. It had more of like a acrid burnt coffee smell real close. But if you whiff it in the air, it's full roadkill. And I think it's weird how it disappeared, because I think the genetics are here. We can smell skunk and OGs in the chem line. They're just masked by all the other terpenes. And I think what it was is, before medical, that weed was grown outdoors in native soil, in natural light. There wasn't all kinds of amendments and all this stuff they're putting in these raised beds and 400-gallon smart pots with all this clover cover and stuff. It was in that natural soil with the natural light, and I think it brought more of that expression out of the roadkill we want. Because if you notice the timeline, the roadkill disappears as medical starts, when everybody can now start making their own food and do things differently. There's kind of, you can see that transition. I think DJ Short said the same thing. He thinks it's just an Afghani grown outdoors under old type environments, made that expression come out more.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. We talk about different fertilizers and, a lot of things that can change the expression of it. I almost want to say it's Miracle Grow and Eagle 20 that made it special.
Miracle Grow made weed taste like the D. That chlorine-y, bleachy, kind of pool cleaner, that kind of chest cold chemical taste that the D has. That's what the Miracle Grow used to do, because we had to try that too. And if you use too much, it makes little black dots, and when you light it, they'd spark like the flint on your lighter. Spectacular little sparks, bing, 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 because the minerals were leaching out of the plant, and they were concentrating. There was so much of them. But yeah, it had a real chlorine bleachy, like the old hash plant, that typical hash plant. I'm sure you've tasted it in the day. It's a real chlorine bleach taste, almost like you're like, this weed's moldy, but you're like, no, it's not. That's just the profile.
A lot of nitrogen in there.
And I remember Pete's D, when Pete went to that Cannabis Cup in San Bernardino, he had his D with him. It had that really strong, that bleachy chlorophyll taste. And that's the taste of the D, that bleachy kind of thing, right? I imagine so, because that's why P-Bud said it tastes like chemical weed, almost like a pool cleaner thing. Because it's interesting how the 4 is similar but different. The 91 skunk VA is similar but different, right? And then the D is the D. It seems, even though they're the same family, they're like distinct kids in a way.
Yeah, well, the sister is similar to the D. It's just that it was a little bit more sativa. It grew a little bit more leggier and stretchier, and even the effect was a little bit more sativa. So those two were very, very close. The 3 and the 4 were pretty similar. The 3 just was a smaller plant. It was like a little bit more citrusy, I would say, where the 4 is a little bit more pinier. And and then the 91 was just kind of, like, something, very Kush-like, I would say, the way that it grew, because it had that kind of like the stretchiness between the nodes and the dense kind of popcorny nugs and stuff. And so
your experience is the 91 that the same as the 91 skunk VA?
Yeah, those are the same, but but for me, like it's how similar the 91 and the OG Kush are. It's it's like it's like 1 degree of separation, and I don't know exactly what that is. That makes them different, but they seem to be, so similar, but, different. And, I would just like to, know it, I would think the 91 came first, but, that's, just my own, speculation, but maybe
I have my own speculative theory on the source of OG.
In that, then OG might have got, 91 might have gotten crossed into some type of different, plant that, gave her those characteristics,
Weasel's diesel is
Yeah.
very close.
Yeah, I would have to think it's like some kind of Pakistan or Afghanistan kind of a strain. If you look into some of those land races, and a lot of them have even though they're mostly sativa, some of them do have a lot of sativa characteristics in some of them. So it's really hard to say what those strains are and what the origins are, but just by some, now we start to get a good look into what's in some of these land races in Afghanistan and Pakistan with some of these land race seed companies, and some of the hash that they show and the descriptions of them and everything. And it's for me, I just think it just kind of goes back to that region somehow.
Well, I think what's going on with OG is it's got Southeast Asian genetics in it. Not necessarily Thai, possibly, but there is below the equator genetics. And that thing, you can tell the way it grows. It's
real greasy. So, like OGs don't wash good at all, really, for rosin. And so that tells you it has a lot more greasy. So, Sativa's got more greasiness to them. The sour
Southern Hemisphere strains do. Not
Right.
just all sativas, it's strains below the Southern Hemisphere, tropical type environment strains, because that acts as a sunscreen. And there's some things about OG. If these plants are just like humans, and evolutionary traits are based on environment and conditions over time. They adapt to those things. Now, OG doesn't like to shoot its roots out, right? It likes wet feet. It does better under a slightly diffused light instead of direct light. And that represents all the plants that would be growing in a jungle. They don't have a moisture problem. The ground's always moist, so their roots don't have to search far. Most of the trees in the jungle are very high, so a lot of the plants that grow in the jungle are in diffused light because of the top canopy of the trees. And then a lot of those plants are oily. That's their type of sunscreen. And the chem line, the OG line, all the headbands, the Saradis, all possess a lot of those characteristics, the oils, the lankiness, the flower time, the structure. So now my theory is there's Southeast Asian genetics involved in the line. And I think this is what I think. Whether I'm wrong or not, I don't know. We'll learn. But I think OG comes from the Chem family. The Chem family traveled down the coast to Florida. Whether it got crossed to something or selfed itself or something was added, I don't know. But I feel that the source of the Crippy and the Supernaut, which is known as OG, is from the genetics that traveled down the coast. Because there's too many similarities between 91 and Diesel and the rest of the Chem line. There's too many similarities for OG to just pop up in Florida on its own and not be related at all to any of these. And I think it's the Southeast Asian genetics, because if you look at OG, that's why they called it Kushberries. It grew like a sativa, but the buds were like Kush. So Fuji and his brother called it Kushberries. It didn't get the name OG until it went out to the rainbow in LA. But before that, it was Kushberries because it grew like a sativa, but had buds like a Kush. And the other thing about OG is it's a lot like a Thai, where it has no ceiling and no tolerance. You can keep smoking it and get high, and throughout the week and the month and the whatever, it'll keep getting you high. Where a lot of weeds might have a high tolerance, but they won't get you high throughout the month. Or they have a low tolerance, but will get you high throughout the whole year. That's where Thai was real unique, is you could keep smoking, and the more you smoke, you could end up getting sick and dizzy off it because they had no ceiling or tolerance. And I noticed OG is very similar. And I think it's Medicinal Genomics. They did some DNA testing, and they showed Skywalker was the closest relatives to one of the ChemDog family. And I thought that was interesting because there was a guy in the West Coast. He's called Morpheus. He's really well-known guy in the weed world. He looked at me one day and goes, Dave, OG came from Florida. I was like, no way, Morpheus. I didn't want to believe it. I thinking this is a West Coast thing. I'm like, no way. He's like, he looks at me and goes, Dave, OG came from Florida. And then about 5-6 years, we hear Josh and Fuji and all those guys say, yeah, OG comes from Florida. And I went, holy shit. Damn, Morpheus was right. And he said Skywalker was the first one that came from Florida, which I think is interesting because they think it's the ghost / whatever one was the SFE or whatever came from Florida. And what's interesting, that kid Alex that got the bag seed of the OG and grew it and gave the clone to Fuji, he's on the Adam Dunn show going, yeah, it's OG like California's, but it's a lot darker and denser buds. That's what Skywalker's like. Skywalker is darker and denser buds than the rest of the OG family. So I found that really interesting. So based on my experience and strain knowledge and medicinal genomics, I think it's chem related, came down the coast, and the first OG was Skywalker, and that's what went to California. And from there, on THC Farmer, remember JJ when Rascal were all growing in Fox Farms? And they'd over-ripen it to get it to Foxtail so they could take rad photos. And THC Farmer and IC Mag were filled with these rad fire OG photos of amazing foxtails. Well, they made bananas. And those bananas were our next round of OGs that came out in LA. Because you got that first original round, right? If OG comes from Florida to Cali to Josh and go to the Rainbow, within a year or so, you got Hell's Angels Cut, Soul Assassin Cruise, Lemon Larry's, Tahoe's, SFE, 818, Skywalker. Those are all the originals. And like you guys say, the ones that you couldn't make hash off them because there wasn't a lot of resin on them at all. Bubble hash guys couldn't get much at all. There wasn't much resin. I remember some of the Armenian Russian dudes ditching their OGs to go with Blackberry because they could make so much hash off it. And we were going, are you guys nuts? Like, no, man, we like the hash. We're like, this is the best weed there is in the world. What are you guys doing? They wanted hash, so they got rid of their OGs. And then these over-ripening them for the photos made bananas, made S1s, and that's where these Ghost and Jupiter and all those planetaries and all those came from, and those were more resiny. And then you had dudes like Swerve and Captain Crip and a few other dudes breeding them, and that's where you left the 3 blades because all the original OGs in clone form would only make 3 blades, period. Never 5 blades, ever. And then the more newer OGs, you started getting the 5 blades. The Tahoes and the Jupiters and the Yodas and the VIPs and the Paris, they all had the 5 blades and a lot more resin, right? So you could kind of see this progression of OGs throughout LA, because the one thing is LA loved its OGs. I mean, we were the king of OGs. The Russians loved it. Everybody loved goddamn OGs. I was blown away. Like, I'd go to the clone store and go for my 10 little clones. I thought that was a big deal. Got to sneak them out to the car in the bag, even though it's medical. We're still scared to death. And these Russian dudes would be in there like, bro, I need 8 trays of Tahoe and 12 trays of fire. And I would just be like, what? I'm thinking that's 1,000 clones. These dudes are nuts. How big are their grows? Like, I was blown away. They were just all over OG. And then, like, Sour D wasn't too common. Swerve had it, and a couple people had AJ's cut, but that wasn't that common in LA. And then I noticed East Coast or sativas, joints, that type of smoking. West Coast LA are OGs and glass bongs and cookies, right? And then JJ, I think you guys explained to me, in the East Coast, you're indoors a lot. You want to be uppy and lifty and doing stuff because you guys are indoors a lot via the weather and stuff. Whereas LA, we're outside all the time and everybody just wants to smoke a glass bong and do big, heavy bong tokes. So you start noticing the different niches in the markets, right? East Coast are your sativas, piffs, hazes, sours, all that more sativa leaning hybrids. Whereas LA, we wanted all the cookies, all the OG, all the real heavy stuff.
A little comment from Trevor. He's got his phone charged, but purple to the Bay and the gas to LA.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying there.
Because I noticed as soon as you got out of LA, people, their hair was a little longer and they'll smoke pipes and joints and they're more, cool, easygoing. But LA is like ego, right? Hip hop, rough, real sharp edges, jagged people, bongs, cookies, that kind of thing. And it's weird how there's, I guess, kind of like a microclimate, there's micro taste and markets as you leave further. The more up north, right, they want organic, big, nice joints of organic grown. The weed can be fruity, all different types of weed up north. But in LA, no, you got to have a certain type, right? I imagine New York, you got to kind of have a certain type, I'm guessing. But there's microclimate markets, I guess. And that's when you talk about branding, I tell people, who are you selling your weed to? Look what those type of people are and how they like to smoke and what they like. And that's your market, right? You're not going to sell Blue Dream to people in LA, and you're not going to sell OG to people in NorCal. You got to find the happy mediums and target your markets. And that's kind of the branding as well, right? A lot of this industry is branding now.
The old joke was, in LA, your menu was sativa, indica, or OG. And you had 3 different reader boards. It was pick one of the 3.
Yeah, it's totally right.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hybrid would be. It'd be like a Blue Dream and OG, right? You'd go in these stores and they have like 70 different OGs on the board.
Yeah.
Like, how do you sell them? But they bought them and sold them. I don't know. It's good weed. Good weed sells itself, right?
It does. And you mentioned, kind of East Coast sativas. That's what I always associate too, is, East Coast kind of sativa, more the hazes. Like, did OG like come on the scene there and take it by storm, or did it ever get traction on the East Coast?
No, it popped its head up here and there, but it just really wasn't there in abundance. The supply just wasn't really there. It was really hard to find, actually, even when it first started coming around. And
the king of East Coast is the sour, huh?
Yeah, I mean, in New York, it was, pretty much the sour and the haze, and then, the chems after that, I would say. But, New York is, very high paced. You got to, have a high paced lifestyle and be constantly moving. So those sativa,
heavy narcotic high
and stuff. So that's, one of the reasons why, people really, really like them. And, the hazes had been coming up from Florida since, the early 90s, where, the sours really didn't come around till probably around the mid 90s or so. So, there was always, I guess, a longer history of haze, than there was of sours or chems in the city.
Oh yeah, even in the 70s, right? Because that was your guys' smuggling route. It was really close to Colombia. My dad talked about one time they were getting a shipment of 40,000 pounds from Colombia sent over to California to Long Beach, and they said that wasn't that common. It was mostly all Mexican, and there was one boat that had 40,000 pounds on it that came in. That was like a big deal. It got taken up to Malibu for some reason. Everybody was all excited and partying up in Malibu at this house where it got distributed. But we got all Mexicans. Very rarely did you get Colombians.
Yeah, well, our Colombian, route was pretty much a cocaine smuggling route, which came from Colombia to Miami to New York.
Yeah, because that's probably 700-800 miles. Colombia is probably pretty close to the tip of Miami. Whereas if you brought the weed from Colombia to California, you're looking at maybe 1,500 miles or more. So, right, there's a lot more risk in order to get that weed there. So you're better off just shooting Mexican up the coast. And then on your guys' side, you wouldn't probably want to take Mexican because the risk would be higher and it's probably not as good as Colombian. So all the Colombians shot up on that side. That's what my guess would be like in a Colombian Afghan cross. because a Colombian would take like 20 weeks indoor. So that would be miserable trying to grow it indoors in New York and sell it. So I imagine if you cross it to an Afghan of some type, you could keep the Colombian profile, but you'd speed it up and add a little more weight.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if guys in the old days thought of that, and that's what the PIF is like a Colombian Afghan, possibly.
yeah, it's supposedly an NL5 haze.
Oh, okay. Something basically well, that incense comes from Colombian, and that's why we smell it in haze, and anything that's related to haze or Colombian, it's that crazy incense smell.
Right. Well, some of the Colombians too have, that Jackie kind of.
Yeah, the sharp kind of.
Yeah. So, because I've grown out, we grew out some of the original haze from Tom McCormick, and those ones were from Mel Frank.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly those Colombians, but were supposed to be,
they were acrid, pissy kind of, huh?
And so when we grew them out at Verde, they came out kind of a little bit of Jackie. They weren't really, what we expected, but there was a little bit of pissiness in there. But I'd have to say that those terps are probably more recessive, where the Jack terp is a little bit more.
That's because those were Dutch haze. That was reworked haze. Versus like a pre-Dutch haze is that frankincense, myrrh, honey, clove type of thing. That's what reminds me of frankincense, honey, and cloves, kind of. That real incensey type floral incense. Not like the Afghani Nag Champa. It's more of a frankincense, clovey, honey thing.
Where does like A5 fit into that?
Well, that was the A5 was the Colombian male. And so so Neville, used that, but a lot of that was never released commercially. And and then the A5 I believe was a cross of two different Colombians, the Colombian Gold and a different Colombian. I don't know exactly which one. And then they crossed that into what I believe a Thai, and that became, I think, the
Super Silver, I think.
Well, also the Neville's haze, but also they had the sea haze. So it all depended on which year you got the seeds from or whatever. So each year was different. So so that's why haze is so diversified. There's a lot of different versions of haze. There's Dutch haze. There's the Soma haze where his is has that more citrusy kind of orangey kind of a tip to it. And so
I don't think any of the modern / Dutch hazes have the Colombian profile like the PIF or the hazes that were in the West Coast before they went to Holland. They all seem to be metallic or sweet or kind of acrid, pissy, all those.
Well, this the A5 did, and really what happened was they lost the A5 male, and so they have the A5 clone, which was the NL5 haze cross to that, and so that was.
I have A5 NLs in the fridge, but I've never grown them.
Right, but Karma used that clone, and he outcrossed it, I think, into a white OG or something, and then he back crossed it and stuff. So yeah, he did a little bit of work with that A5 clone to get the genetics out there. Otherwise, the only other we had the black haze, which is a A5 hybrid, and also supposedly the dog shit, which I just got a clone of. And so yeah, I'm gonna be growing that out and seeing.
I pulled out, that one's pretty good.
Yeah,
dog shit. Yeah, I have the original haze before Amsterdam. I brought it up to the Emerald that year we were there. Those big puffy crazy buds.
Right.
So I'm growing those again right now. There's just no dudes. So the only thing I can do is self them, but selfing them is better than nothing. But it is the original haze pre-Holland. It's total honey clove incense. And you can get, seems to be a green pheno, like a golden one and a brown one. The pictures are on my Instagram. You tend to get 3 phenos from them. The green one's a little sharper taste-wise. The middle one is the honey clove incense. And then the darker one takes on a hint of sweet. Just a smidgen of sweet more than the others. But it's, and it's, I don't know, not quite 20 weeks, but it's up there. And those seeds came from my dad's friend via the Big Island. They've been over there. That's what's weird. A lot of these, you know what I noticed? Military dudes, after the military, they like to isolate themselves and be by themselves. They don't like to interact with people too much. And which is kind of cool because some of the rarest genetics I got are these ex-Vietnam military brotherhood dudes that still live in Hawaii, that don't interact with anybody, that still have all these genetics.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff was Thai. A lot of that stuff in Hawaii was Thai based.
Well, what's interesting is my dad, like, you know, we always got a guy, he's like, oh, that guy's got the best weed. That guy grows the best weed. Well, my dad and his buddy Lloyd, the Brotherhood guys, they're always talking about this dude, Tom Legacy. And this guy was a legend because in Temecula, he grew like 2 massive greenhouses of Malawi cob in the 70s. This was like a big deal. Huge. And this guy was in the weed big time, like us, pot snob connoisseurs like we are, but back then. And this dude was collecting all these seeds and writing the names down and saving them. And what's a trip is my buddy in Kauai, he's like, yeah, I've been helping this old guy out named Tom, and he's got kids, but they don't smoke. But man, you should see his stuff. He's got some old stuff, Dave. And I go, yeah, it's a trip, blah, blah, blah. And then 6 months later, he goes, yeah, Tom's got growing these Oaxacans. And I go, that's a trip. I go, is his name Legacy? He goes, yeah, how'd you know? I go, that's my dad's friend. What a trip. Tom Legacy? He goes, yeah. So he calls Tom up. He goes, yeah, do you know Paul and Lloyd? He goes, yeah, I know Paul and Lloyd. So Tom and his brother, they finished this massive greenhouse grow of Malawi cob, sold it all, and moved to Kauai. We're going to start a real estate company, and has been there ever since. The brother came home, but Legacy's been there ever since. This dude has all the genetics you can think of. He's been over there since like 76 or something. So I'm thinking, God dang, I bet a lot of the Hawaiian genetics there have his stuff involved. He has everything, all the ties, Africans. He was in the Peace Corps back then, was going around collecting this stuff too in the Peace Corps. Just everything, Oaxacans, all the Mexicans. Yeah, and just the last few months or so, they're like, whoa, he's tripping out that somehow we found each other. So my dad's 79 and Tom's 78. And Tom's over there in Kauai, and I mentioned to Don the other day, I was like, we got to get this guy to go on the shows and talk about this because this is incredible. Like, these are the dudes, the Brotherhood dudes looked up to for having the most amazing weed. And then what are the chances of me crossing paths with this dude? Because there's lots of people in Hawaii, right? And this dude's a hermit. And it turns out Don happens to be helping him grow plants. And Don had no idea. Yeah, so Tom's alive. He has amazing genetics. And I wouldn't be surprised if with a lot of Hawaiian genetics that are we know of today or probably have to do with him. Because you know, Mike from Coastal Seeds, him and his partner brought Afghani hash plant seeds to Kauai, and that's what the Kauai Electric is. So if you've ever heard of that Kauai Electric Hawaiian weed, that's actually Afghani hash plant seeds acclimated in Hawaii. And it got the name because there was Power Line Road that had the power lines going up the hill, and the helicopters couldn't fly low next to the power lines, so they planted the weed under the power lines. That's i.e. how it got the name Kauai Electric.
I did get sent some of those from a person on the island that I have yet to pop. I was going to ask you about that, so that's awesome you just mentioned it.
I've been going to Hawaii for a long time. I used to do surf skate and snow photos and work for Volcom and just loved Hawaii, so I've been going there for a long time. And then with medical starting, it opened up. I already known a bunch of people, So I've been fortunate enough to be close friends with people on all these islands, geez, since like 88. So yeah, I have access to a lot of really rare stuff. That's kind of how I got my Kona Gold can. I call that the holy grail of weed stuff. I got an old can they used to put Kona Gold buds in and ship them out of there, and it's got Kona Gold label on it and stuff in the 70s.
I've always, that's freaking fascinating, by the way, because that and audio engineering have been my whole life, skate, surf, snow. So that's another conversation for another day, but awesome. But yeah, Puna butter is one that's always been on my list. Like, was there anything that stood out for you?
Well, I'm just learning that the Kona Gold, Maui Wowie, a lot of those were strains brought over from Mexico via the mainland, whoever, and they got renamed. Then over time, you start seeing them get crossed. And Hawaii's first psychoactive weed came in during the 50s. Before the 50s, they had no psychoactive cannabis there. And the first military after World War II that was stationed in the Philippines and whatnot, they all partied and smoked weed, you know. So they were the first to kind of bring the psychoactive weed into Hawaii. The next were like the Tom Legacies, the hippies. After 68, 69, 70, the whole hippie thing's burning down. These guys are making money. They all go to Hawaii and retire and open little shops and bring their genetics, the hazes and whatnot. Those get crossed with the Southeast Asians. That's, i.e., traditional Hawaiian weed, would be California West Coast weed crossed with Southeast Asians, would be the first Hawaiian weeds. And it was pretty lax in the beginning, but then all of a sudden Pakalolo's bad and big crackdown. So they couldn't grow the big plants no more. They had to grow shorter plants. And then you'll hear about 90-day wonders, that's when they started getting indicas over there, because there was such a lower profile that they can hide them a lot better from camp and all the green harvests. So you hear of 90-day wonders, and that's why the Hawaiian gene pool got fucked up real quick, is because all the indicas came over quick, right? And kind of like Cali, when we were getting Mexican, and then all of a sudden Canadian weed started showing up. Same with Hawaii. Just as it showed up in California, lots of that Canadian weed went to Hawaii. So they started finding seeds here and there and planting that. And that kind of what pushed all the original Hawaiian genetics out of the way, and you don't see them no more, is because of how risky it was to grow it and then all the new stuff coming in. And that's kind of the Hawaiian origins. But a lot of it was Southeast Asian, a lot of it. And then I sent some of that to Phylos, and it turns out that some of the ties and, well, the Hawaiians that we thought had ties in it are coming from like Uzbekistan and Pakistan. So it makes sense, because India, it's when you're up close up top, they're real close. All those countries are fairly close. There you go, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan. You're going to run into India, Burma, Nepal, Thailand, Cambodia. They're all around that certain parallel, right? And that's that magical parallel around 34, where all, for some reason, all the best weed around the world all comes from that 34 area of parallels. It must have to do with the sun positioning or something over the plant the whole time.
Could be that UV or something funky, but that's, that is something that people talk about, the island strains. And JJ too, you mentioned, a lot of Thai there. How did those, like some of those Hawaiian strains, reach New York? I also kind of associate Hawaiian strains with racier hazes, sativa type stuff, the New York style, I guess.
I guess people were just, smuggling it in and importing it. I was really a little too young at that time to really be in the know. I just knew when some of the local dealers had it and it was around, and back then most of the weed was brown. So when you were able to get the Hawaiian, it was always, bright green, seedless, had, a tropical kind of fruitiness to it or whatever.
Guava, pineapple-y type of thing or something.
Yeah, very
kind bud.
Yeah, I mean, back then you just didn't see weed like that, so it was, it was really special, and it was just hard to believe that, like I don't know if it was strain specific or whatever, but even with with them having medical and all that, the easing of the laws, I don't think that they've able to reproduce some of that old magic. Maybe some of these guys kind of like what Dave is saying, maybe some of these genetics still exist, but they're not in the mainstream anymore. And because I've seen some outdoor weed from Hawaii in the past few years, and none of it has been anything that has been like I would label as super special or anything like that. But then again, we were smoking weed that was probably 10 or 12% THC. So when that stuff did come around, that's what might have made it like super special back then. So it's kind of hard to tell, to try to compare yesterday to today. But you would think that they would still be able. They got that growing climate, so you would still think they would still, regardless, be able to produce some fire. And always one of the things about the Hawaiian genetics, it was never about the seed. I think it was more about the climate and environment that made it special.
Particularly outdoors, I don't think the techniques have really changed. So it would be the genetic.
Like have you been to Hawaii, Chad?
Yeah, I've been to Big Island and then Maui.
So that's great. So a good example is Hawaii is really unique because you could be in Kona. It's like a regular city, right? You even got a little bit of traffic during the day. But then you could go towards the other side of the island, towards Hilo, and it's like another world. Like in Oahu, they call it the country and town, because town is like the town. And then 4 miles up the road, you're on the road and there's a dude with hogs he just shot strapped on the front of the hood, just like the deer and stuff, with a bunch of brothers in the back of the truck. So Hawaii is real unique because you do have a lot of time capsule guys, these chicken fighter guys, they live on the back road and that's where they've been their whole life.
Puna.
They want to associate with the townies and all this crazy, and there's a lot of isolated guys over there. So if you have the right network, you come across these guys and they still have the stuff because they don't go outside their network and they just keep growing the same thing over and over. So there is some stuff locked in time capsules. But on the other hand, Hawaii is unique because it's one of the most isolated remote places on the planet. It is from another landmass. It is really isolated, and it's a small place, and they have the internet too, and they want what we have, right? They see what we have and they want it, and things are easier to get now. So just like young kids today don't care about haze, there's a lot of new kids in Hawaii that could care less about the old uncle stuff. I don't care about the uncle stuff or my daddy stuff. We want these cookies, bro. Right? Can't blame them. They want to be a part of the big world too. They're young. Everything's new. So that's why I think Hawaii is real unique, because I've never been to a place where you can be in a full-blown city with traffic and almost smog and beep, 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 beep. And then within 3 miles, you see the most ethnic Hawaiian dudes ever, like I said, with bloody hogs on the truck in the bush. And that's no place that I've been to in America is like that. So it's, it's good to know that some of that stuff is there if you're into it. It's around. But on the other side, I get it. They want the new stuff too. And Hawaii is magical because those places are built off a volcano. So all their sediment is decomposing plants, about 90% of it, right? Whereas on the mainland continent, we have so many tectonic plates and erosion going on that these are broken up rocks and different minerals and limestone and all this different stuff. Whereas Hawaii, those things came up, something started growing, and over thousands of years, that stuff breaking down is like one of those compost posts, right? So their soil is freaking amazing. They have the best lighting you can ever imagine, from sunrise to sunset. It's just amazing lighting. And it could be something to do with magnetic poles between the volcanoes, because the magnetic anomalies are a little odd over there. So that may have some influence with the weed. Because, like, the reason why I think the Hawaiian was in New York, because New York are high-end connoisseurs, and they want the best weed, and they know the best weed. And that's why the Hawaiian weed was in New York, because it was the best damn weed. These guys know their shit. Just like in California, it was legend. Anywhere, you know, it was always known that Hawaii had the best, strongest weed there was. From my dad's era to even me growing. I remember the first time my dad gave me weed, I think he knew I was taking it, but gave me weed was New Year's Eve, 1986, and he gave me some Hawaiian weed. I guess he mailed to him. And that was the first time he ever gave me weed, and it was New Year's Eve, and he goes, here. And I'll never forget that shit. New Year's Eve Rose Parade, partying like crazy on scooters and shit with all my buddies, and I had this nutty, crazy Hawaiian weed. Like, holy shit. And I got it because everybody was wasted. It tasted amazing. It was different than everything. So even then at 17, I was like, something about this dang Hawaiian weed is special. So, and that's why I was kind of stoked, because I entered the contest over there and I did pretty well. And I was like, whoa, that boosts my ego, because I always looked at Hawaiian weed as the marker. And how would something I made stand up to Hawaiian weed? And it did pretty well. So I was through the roof excited. Like, the most proud contest I've ever won is that one, because I put Hawaiian weed on such a pedestal. I hope that my weed could be that good.
You know, it's almost because of the isolation, maybe just the region of the terroir, but there is something distinct about it. You know,
it takes on the fruit, because if you grow the weed in guava soil for a while, it will take on the guava flavor. Same with the mango, right? It'll take on those flavors. And some of these guys have been growing generations in that stuff on their plantation. So just like Big Sur Holy takes up the sage, because sage is very natural to that area along the California coast, right? Just like our Pakistani plants are a little more piney, because look at that area of Pakistan. It's all pine trees. It looks like goddamn Humboldt, right? So just like humans, these plants take on the characteristics of their environment.
Do you guys, now to kind of that point too, and that was one of the things with like the strain hunters is, you know, it's like you're going to these isolated regions with these plants we've been searching for, but you're also giving them current genetics. Some of these, like Colombians, some of this Acapulco Golds, have either of you gentlemen seen them in the form that you remember them anytime recently? Or are they kind of gone to history to exactly kind of what we're saying here?
Because I had a friend that recently went to Colombia and married a Colombian chick just a few months ago. I was like, dude, get me seeds. He's like, oh, no problem, because she's stoner chick and he's stoner guy. And, oh, dude, I got you a bunch of seeds. He brings them back, and they're all new stuff. I was pissed. Gorilla Glue this and White Widow this. And I was like, no. Every seed had a tiger stripe. I was so bummed. Right? I'm looking for little seeds with no stripes. That's your clue. And here's one way to tell old genetics. You test them for the THC and the terpenes. That's why the highs, everybody wants the highs of the old genetics, because they're not muddled with the whole bunch of terpenes. They'll have maybe out of 15, they got like 6, and there's a certain amount of those terpenes, right? And your entourage effect with the THC gives you that clean psychedelic high. Now with our gelato, sunset, sherbet, you pull up your terpene test, there's like 24 terpenes shooting off the chart. That's why the highs are so crappy nowadays, is the highs muddled like a jumbo soup. It's got all this shit thrown in there. And so if somebody says they have old genetics, you can verify it by getting them THC tested and terpene tested. And if the THC's through the roof, they're full of shit. And if there's a million terpenes in there, they're full of shit. Lost you.
Sorry, I was going to just say that's actually a good kind of marker there, and it makes sense. It's a poor man's
DNA test, right?
Yep. JJ, have you seen any of those, like the Panama Reds, Columbia Golds, anything still floating in the form?
I mean, there's a lot of people that have some of those genetics. I mean, Coastal Mike, I think, has legitimate Panama Red. You know, so you got to kind of do your research on some of these people. I think Bodie, he might have some of their original Acapulco Gold. So, if you do your research, but the thing is, it's like, we might remember them as what we got them back in the day as imports. You know what I mean? So growing them, even if you had those same seeds today, now growing those same seeds indoors is now you're going to have a totally different product. Just by the way that they cured the bud outside, and the storage and the way they handled it and everything. So like today, to try to say, even if you had real Acapulco gold, would it turn gold if you grew it inside? And I would say
I got a clue for that for you guys.
I know, probably not. You know what I mean? Most of the time that stuff turned brown because I think they let it cure on the plant in the field still.
Yeah, that's what they did. They call it girthing, where they cut the cambium layer around the bottom of the plant off, the green layer. They cut the cambium layer up, and it can't pull in nitrogen, and they would let it grow a little longer and then chop it, and that's how it would dry golden. And that's why it had a little more of a sweeter taste, because there was way less chlorophyll in it. Kind of like a haze. The longer you let a haze cure, the better it is. Where a lot of other weeds, if you cure them too long, you ruin them. But yeah, they cut the cambium layer, and that cuts off the chlorophyll, and the plants go golden. So yeah, you're totally right, JJ. That's how they're doing. It was done actually while I was growing too.
Yeah, and I can see that SunGrownMidz is Panama Red from Coastal's legit, also low THC mixed cheminoid types. Yeah, I mean, I think some of that stuff, had a lot of CBD in it too.
Yeah, probably.
So, and then also, our overall tolerance was way less,
lower.
So, if you were to smoke those same weeds today, I don't know if they would have the same effects or not. So. There's a lot of variables, and people are, they're searching for these, legendary 70s strains, but I don't know if we can pin them down to the way that they were first depicted as.
It's a very logical answer, and it absolutely makes sense. And the more growers know about it, that makes even more sense. But speaking of kind of mythical strains, I know, Dave, you mentioned cat piss earlier. Did cat piss ever make it to the East Coast? Because that's one of those ones people are gonna, they're fighting over these days still.
Yeah, I've never experienced a cat piss, so I wouldn't know if you handed me a bag of cat piss or not.
Oh, you'd know if you smell.
Yeah,
it smells like hamster cage, cat piss. It's urine. It's total urine smell. I think it's an acrid haze. I don't think it's a cross of something. It's not bred to be cat piss. It's
it was racy like a haze. That's why I kind of asked.
It just smells like piss so much. It just hints the name. Like you smell it, you're like, whoa, it's like nothing to do with smell cat piss.
Some of the skunks, some of the Colombians show those characteristics of kind of pissiness and that. Because some of the stuff that we grew out that I bred, we found a recessive Colombian pheno out of a skunk, and it grew. It was the tallest one in the greenhouse. It had really stretchiness to it, but it had that pissiness to it, and just a little tinge of haze. Just a little touch of haze, and this was mostly a skunk strain. So it was really interesting to see the recessiveness come out in the different characteristics that it showed.
If I was to guess, I'd say cat piss is total hybrid, not leaning sativa, and some maybe an NL haze or some kind of haze. maybe a S1 or something like that. Because I don't think you could buy packs of something and get cat piss. It's just something
that's more of the Colombian haze for sure. You know, with the pissiness to it. Because even some of the piffs kind of have that kind of, you know, the piff can be a little pissy too.
Yeah, this is full urine, not like sour piss, like urine.
Yeah, there's different. There's different.
There's like an ammonia burning your eyes.
Yeah,
urine.
ammonia urine, like that. When cat piss concentrates into like almost a concentrate oil, that's kind of how I described Skywalker out of the OGs. It's super pine sol. It's rich pine sol, whereas the SFE is like lemon pledge. Fire is like Windex. They all have their each cleaner profile that matches.
Right,
it's really
how does your lemon compare to that lemon? Those lemons.
It's all lemon, no background notes of anything else, and it's a real sharp pink lemonade, real tart. Basically, the best way I can describe it is like Tangy is Tangy. This is lemon like lemons. No other background, nothing. It's just sour tart lemon. The OG it's different. That's more of like a country time lemonade in a way. You know what I mean? Where it's like a cleaner lemon taste. Where this lemon is real sharp, like real concentrated lemony.
Like a cleaner. I had a Jack's cleaner too. That was just super lemon, but that would eat the rubber seals on my ball jars.
Yeah, I think it's like maybe the concentrated limonene or something like that. Yeah, but the lemon is just lemon. It was strange because I live with Pro Skater and we needed some weed bad. We called our friend. He got us a gram, $20 a gram, right? That's what it was in a little teeny Ziploc bag. And I felt it and I was like, sure is lumpy. We pulled it out and it was all seeds, like worse than Mexi. There was maybe 3 bong tokes in the whole damn bag. 4 bong tokes, I'll never forget. And I was like, fuck, but I was like, sure is stinky. And I hit it and my eyeballs exploded and Chet, my buddy, hit it, the skater, and he's like, both look at each other with bubble eyes and go, what the hell is it? I never tasted weed that loud in my life. Like 10 minutes later, it's just breathing lemon. So I was like, what the hell is that? Gave the seeds to my dad. He grew them. We grew about a dozen of them all at one time. They all hermied like crazy, but I pulled all the balls off and it stopped doing it. And we kept the lemon, and that was the lemon. Never. And then when medical opened, I literally went to almost every store there was, from LA to Green Angel, Malibu, and I brought it in there. I said, have you ever seen anything like this? They're like, no, what the hell is this? And I go, I don't know. I'm trying to, play detective. Yeah, the first time I met Arjun, I asked Arjun in 2009, you ever seen this weed? Oh, no, never seen it. Indica, though. Indica, it's shit. And Adam Denover heard him say that. And he goes, what'd that guy say to you? Don't listen to him. I was like, you ever seen any weed like this? He's like, no, the closest I've ever seen to this is like the Sour D. But it's not the Sour D, but it's similar. So the closest that was ever heard was like the Sour D. And I got the lemon in 96, which is ironic. It came from a Hawaiian guy that lived in Long Beach, and he got the weed from New York. So I was like, who knows? Maybe it's some S1 something out of, the apartment possibly. Who knows? But all I know is I got it in 96, came from New York to Long Beach to Huntington Beach to me and Chet's lungs, and I had a heart attack. My life was changed after that. I mean, that's what got me known as Lemon Dave, because everybody hit that shit and went, what the hell is that? Cool story is I was selling it to a dude who was selling it to Snoop Dogg, and the weed was so good when he took the weed to Snoop Dogg, all Snoop Dogg's homies followed him home and did a home invasion and tried to shoot at him and kill him to get that weed.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
But that's what used to happen sometimes.
I stopped selling the weed to that dude because I would feel like shit if somebody got killed over my weed. So I cut off Ant. He didn't get the weed no more, and Snoop got cut off from the weed. I don't think Snoop cared, but still. But yeah, that's how crazy stuff was.
It ain't no fun if the homie can't have none.
Dude,
right?
Yeah. Snoop. Supposed to be like, what, college football coach, Family Guy, not having those kind of characters at your house anymore. Supposed to grow up, Snoop.
Snoop-a-loop. Yeah. Shit,
Yeah,
what?
so cat pissy, I don't know. A lot of these things are S1s too, and people run with them.
Yeah.
So some guy did something and magic came out, but unfortunately nobody knew or didn't want to say, and people got him, and that's their stuff now. I guess that's just the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, it goes like that, everything. We bought a bag of good weed. We found a seed. We grew it, and the rest is history.
I didn't make the lemon. I didn't nothing. I found a seed and grew it, and it was really good. I'm just a lotto winner. That's all. Didn't try to run with it. Never said I made it or I got a cut or nothing. I just found seeds, and it turned out to be amazing.
You cultivate it. You cultivate it. You keep it around. You select. That's something.
Well,
That's something.
Back then too is like, so that was the other thing. You grow really good weed, and then you'd sell it to somebody or give it to somebody, or they'd smoke it and go, "Bo, where'd you get this from?" You're like, "Oh, just some dude." It was so risky that you couldn't tell anybody that you did that. You had to say, "Oh, some dude I know." You couldn't take credit. Like the High Times, I walked into the record store and I look over and I was like, "Damn, that picture looks like my picture on the cover." And I looked and I was like, "Holy shit, that is my picture on the cover." I had a heart attack and I was so excited, but I couldn't tell nobody because it was the cover of High Times, and that shit was super elite. I couldn't tell nobody. One of the first photos ever got published was a cover of a magazine. I couldn't tell nobody. I was so bummed. Finally, when medical happened, I was like, yeah, but even then I don't, because they put my last name in the mag for all that stuff. Because I've had a lot of pictures, but they put the last name. I don't know why they did that.
They didn't connect the dots.
I
feel you.
All the descriptions are wrong. Whatever you write, they put their own stuff. None of anything that's written in there, I never said. So yeah, that was Ed. He already mentioned that. Oh, we'd just put anything. The pictures were great. We wanted to use them. We would just write anything. So I was like, okay. That was when Malcolm and those guys worked at High Times. But I think something went down at High Times and like the whole entire crew disappeared from New York because some shit went down or something.
I know there was there was a change of management. Owners. They went out to LA, but they were in New York for the longest time. I still have the letterhead from Danny Danko. I got that shit framed.
That my check would come from Times Corporation, New York, from High Times. I was like, what a trip. I'm getting a check from Times that owns High Times in New York. I was like, what a trip, right? When you're 17, 18-year-old, you're getting paid for weed photos. Weed super illegal.
It's still illegal.
Oh, what a trip. This is weird shit.
Yeah. Were they kind of known, or did they make a presence on the underground scene? JJ, I've heard of like Washington Park. Like, was High Times cool, or was High Times trying to be as like hands off with the local cannabis scene just because of exposure?
I mean, early on, back in the day, Washington Square, like, no, I mean, I think they were more focused on international stuff, because we're really talking probably in the mid 80s or so. And then a lot of that focus kind of shifted, more locally, probably more in the 2000s, or maybe when Sour Diesel came on the scene and stuff. That was probably one of the first ones to get really recognized and stuff. And yeah, but like you were saying, I think there was a couple different regimes of High Times, and I think the one that he's referring to in the 80s, was Steve Hager and Rosenthal and a lot of those guys, and so when I got involved with the High Times in the 2000s, all those guys were gone. That's when Danny Danko was there, Matt Stang, Nico, and Craig, a bunch of other people. So that was a totally different crew, and they were in touch probably a a little bit more with the local New York scene because they were a younger crowd and kind of knew, you know, what was going on locally a little bit more. So, you know, that's when I was able to really, you know, connect with those guys and, you know, being able to, you know, go to different, you know, some of the event, you know, that's when the events started happening and that was, you know, the beginning of bringing a lot of people together, you know, bringing the community together where we could actually, you know, start to meet in person. And, you know, and those early shows were really big, you know, and instrumental and really, you know, pulling, you know, everyone together into the scene to make it is what it is today.
Just totally randomly, I remember walking through Washington Square Park on like a Sunday, and there was a wiener dog meetup, and there were like 300 wiener dogs and their wiener dog owners all meeting up in Washington. It was like 10 a.m. on a Sunday morning.
Yeah.
I thought was pretty funny.
Yeah, no, that place was, you know, really unique because, you know, you'd have different groups of people that would meet up there. You know, you had tourist people that would, you know, tourist groups that would walk around and such. And so, yeah, it was a real unique experience to go and hang out there back in the day. You know, it was, you know, because it was pretty much an open air drug market, so to speak. And, you know, the cops, you know, they would do their sweeps and stuff, but, you know, it was just a center point of being a place to hang out. You know, we would, you know, take acid and sit on the park bench and drink quarts of beer and smoke joints like all night long. You know, you could do it, I mean, literally 2, 3 in the morning, and, you know, they never closed the park. But, you know, not all of that's kind of changed now. And, you know, so, I mean, you know, it was a lot of fun back then.
Yeah.
You're talking about Central Park, that big park you guys got?
Yeah, no, this was Washington Square Park, which was down in the village, and it was like a smaller park. But it was like kind of like in the center of Greenwich Village. So, you know, it was, you know, it was just kind of a place,
scene.
Yeah, to be able to hang out and just, you know, a lot of different freaks would show up and hustlers, and, you know, there was a whole hippie scene down there, you know, and Greenwich Village itself had its own scene back in the day. So a lot of that was kind of like remnants of that. And then, yeah, Central Park was, you know, up north a little bit, and that was like a really big park. And, you know, back then, in the 80s, it was really intimidating to go up there because I was younger and I wasn't quite as hip to the city. And, like, you know, and I used to always hear they used to sell a lot of acid up there and stuff, but, you know, I didn't know exactly where to go. And I remember venturing up there one night, and I was by myself, and you know, you just had to keep going deep, you know, deeper and deeper in the park, find where to find it. And I didn't know where I was going. And back then, I mean, there would be, you know, groups of kids, you know, roaming around, and, like, you know, if they caught you off guard or something, you didn't know what could happen. So
Warrior style was like Warrior style. He had little groups of gangs.
Yeah,
Come out and play.
like that, you know. And so, you know, you had to really be careful. And, you know, I wasn't from the city, I was from Jersey, so, you know, they would prey on people like me. So, you know, I eventually, years later, I went up there and I found a spot where everyone would hang out, sell weed and sell acid and stuff. And so, you know, I became a part of that scene. And, you know, that's where I really, you know, met the Weasel, and, you know, and really, you know, we became good friends, and I just, became his regular distributor. And, you know, we just built off of that, and kind of like the rest is kind of history for me. You know, if it wasn't for that scene, you know, I probably wouldn't be, you know, the person that I am today in the business, because I wouldn't have been exposed to those people. And, you know, you just don't know where you would have, you know, wound up in life, you know, if this would have happened or if that would have happened. But, you know, that's just the way life is.
Yeah. Sounds kind of like, I guess, a Haight/Venice Beach type of scene over there. I
Yeah,
never been to New York. So.
It was a kind of place where, like, if you knew about it, like, literally, like, you know, like, you could just roll into town with your whatever you were selling, and go up there and start networking. You know, usually when the Grateful Dead came to town, there was always an influx of people that would come in with different stuff that they were selling. And so, and that was kind of like what New York was. It was just like people would just come to the city with you know, with their stuff that they were selling, because they knew that's where the money was. Just like you were saying with the Hawaiian, you know, literally people would get on a plane, you know, from New York, go to Hawaii, and then bring stuff back, because they knew that the markup was probably 2, 3, 4 times the amount. So, yeah. You know, it was always about the money. But listen, guys, I'm gonna run.
I think we can wrap it there. Yeah. Earlier in the night, I was going to remind myself to be like, we appreciate you staying so long with us, and that was like an hour ago.
Yeah, but things I know, once you know that, you know, we get into them, they could just keep going on and on and on, and I'm seeing them already at like the 3 hour and 23 minute mark right now. And my lips kind of dry. I got to go take a piss.
Yeah. I think this is a good end point.
But, you know, anytime you guys want to jump back on again and shoot the shit, just, you know, just give me a little bit of notice, and we could do this again anytime.
Awesome. That's good.
Thank you, right, JJ.
And Dave, thank you.
Happy and safe New Year, and I'll see you guys soon.
And Chad, thank you, because while you were on with him, I discovered the chocolate that my sister gave me for Christmas, and I've been eating that. And I've been eating tortilla chips and all sorts of other stuff off camera.
Is that good or bad?
I know. Very good. I was just listening to you guys and eating.
So you're in Canada, Chad?
No, Washington. Washington State. Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't know. Somewhere up north, right?
He looks Canadian.
Yeah. Peter thought I was up north too, but I'm down here in LA, so we're all confused.
Well, not that far. I thought you were like in Ohio or SLO.
Yeah. See, we had more beasters than we had Mexican brick up here.
Well, we got the same beasters.
Right. That's kind of crazy that it went that far. We thought, because I'm not that, you know, I was closer to the border.
They were trading coke. A lot of people were trading coke for it. That was why LA got flooded with it.
Well, and that would make sense.
And we'd rather have junky green weed than Mexican weed. Like the first was kind of bland, cardboardy, but then you got the sour ones that the Vietnamese guys are growing. It's kind of like sourdy a little bit in a way. Real grapefruity, sour, big chunks. Snail tracks on it. It wasn't bad. It was actually pretty good.
Yeah, you know, that is one thing about the Pacific Northwest. I say we had beasters like it was almost a bad thing. And by today's standard, it is. But I never had to smoke the Mexican brick. So I don't know about splitting it up with a screwdriver. Like that was just never part of my life. And I'm fortunate for it.
My dad was over the steady.
Yeah, I always got it at the end of that process, once someone else had pulled it apart, and then you just had the shitty weed.
Oh, yeah.
The worst is, right? When's the last time you smoked some Mexican weed?
Last month.
Oh yeah, you were.
I was in Mexico.
Yeah, but not brick weed.
No, not brick weed. What I wanted to tell you real quick is once the Mexican weed was coming up to Cali, they realized, oh, if we just gave them better weed, we can get more money than the Mexican. So my dad and his friends were sending indica and skunk seeds to Mexico, and they were growing all that there. That's what you probably seen Mexican weed. It smells skunky. That's what we call pretendica or Mexican indica or pretendica.
Okay.
And that was skunk seeds grown in Mexico. So on your video, that's why I asked you, are they big and tiger striped? If they're big and tiger striped, you basically have like 80 skunk seeds.
They're big. They're big.
There you go. Didn't I see? How did I know they're big and tiger striped?
Oh, dude, they're in the other room, but you really make me want to go look right now.
That's a clue to find skunk is in old Mexican indica seeds. That's where you can find it.
Yeah.
Because they even sent seeds to Thai to Colombia, and they were growing Thai in Colombia.
That makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
Get more money for it, so like fuck it, because they go meet the growers right down there to get all the weeds. So they're like, here, grow these seeds instead. We'll give you more next year.
Yep.
Well, a lot of some of these lost genetics are down there, and then a good way to find. I tell people in Mexico is if you go to those little shops that sell the little marble pipes and stuff.
Yes.
They're little shops.
Yep.
And just hang out. Keep looking at the pipes and look at this one. And they'll say, hey, do you need some help? And you're like, oh, I don't know. And pretty soon they'll go, do you need something for inside the pipe? Nice. And then you go, oh, yeah, what do you want? And they're going to pull out the old junky stuff, which is the stuff we want. We don't want the new stuff they're getting. We want the older stuff. That's how you find the old stuff is go to the little pipe shops and hang around next to the pipes, and they'll come out and ask if you want weed. And they're going to bring out a piece of newspaper with all that smashed old Mexican in it.
Nice. Yeah, we got lucky. It took us 5 minutes at a beach. We're like, let's, that guy, you ask that guy. Dude laughed at us, said, yeah, right, at first. And then on the way back down the dock, they were like, you seriously? You serious? Yeah. We're like, yeah, we're serious. He's like, all right. And then we did our thing. But
that's how you could get them. Remember, because Mexicans are sativas / hybrids. So all those seeds are little. When you get these big old BB seeds, you're like, what the heck? What's going on here? And they got beefy tiger stripes on them. Oh, yeah. I have those, but none of them are germinating. So that's what I'm kind of hunting is old Mexican pretendica seeds.
I was lucky enough. I had Mean Gene on here when I came back, and I was asking him about just kind of like open pollination and a good strategy, because I want to get into these. I want to find what's there. And even he commented, he's like, those are big. And he had a smile on his face. So I'm like, that must mean something good.
He's probably awake right now.
Here's a clue. When you self plants, the offspring will show you what made the plant.
Okay.
So in other words, like I self OG and chem and all those because I want to see what possibly made those, and you'll see the recessive traits of the parents and the grandparents. So you could self the Mexican indicas to see what you're pulling out of it, which might give you a clue to where, okay, if I breed with those, I want to go this direction. I'm getting that out of these seeds, so I want to go after that. Right. Or you could do a seed increase, which would be open pollination, and your randomness is going to be everywhere.
And one thing he pointed out, which is going to take a lot more work initially, but I'm willing to do it, is keep the males separate. Don't let all the males bust. Take all the females and hit all them with one male.
Like one male.
But no, keep multiple males, but don't let them bust at the same time. Like I'm gonna have to do multiple rounds or multiple.
Yeah, because that's what Bodie does. Is Bodie will take multiple males in the yard and let all the males shoot on all the plants.
Yeah, and then
if you find something you like, how do you home in that trait? Because now you don't know where it came from. And like Mean said, if you use one male at a time, and then you find a trait you like, now you can start going in to lock in that trait. But if you've got too many males going, it's going to be too difficult to go after a trait you want.
Yeah. And that's just, that's what most people would probably do is just the open pollination, because again, it's going to be a lot more work, but I see this saving me actually years of time down in the end. If I am able to.
Some dudes just want to increase seeds because these seeds are rare or old or what, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Some people maybe are familiar with the plant already or grew them and like a certain profile of the plant, then that's how you go after it. You start trying to lock it in. You say, okay, I did the dad and the mom. The mom made these offspring. I got, say, 7 babies. I like number 7 a lot. So now there's a couple of routes you can go to try to get there quick. You can take the daddy and put it back on 7 and try to back cross it and take a shortcut. Or you could go through the kids, the offspring, and try to match a male that matches your female and continue a purebred line like that. So there's several ways you can go to try to lock in what you're after, either in a long process or a shorter process.
Okay.
The back crosses won't be as stable, but you're going to start getting more percentages of the plants that you want. Versus doing a true breeding process, it's going to take longer, but your percentage of offspring are most likely all going to be the same.
And you said with the with the selfing, the S1, you're going to get more or less what it made it. But is that going to apply just to like older genetics with fewer influences, or is that still like polyhybrid? Like
some of what it is, and then you're going to get a bunch of basically what probably made that plant.
Okay.
And based on your strain experience, you'll be able to notice the differences in those phenotypes or whatnot.
Okay, makes
So,
sense.
JJ wasn't on, but I really think ChemDawg is the Shiva Shanti line. And the Shiva Shanti line is the NL line. And there's a particular NL that encompasses all the traits that I was talking about in OG, right? There's an NL that has Thai in it, has Southeast Asian in it. And that's what I kind of think is going on. Because I've tried Shiva Skunk and Shiva Shanties when they came out, and they're exactly like the Chem line, kind of. And if you look at the old catalogs, these suckers are identical to the T. If you took the picture and toned it a little way, people would not be able to tell the difference. It's amazing how similar. So I kind of, and if we match the era of the time frame, Shiva Shanti, NL were winning all their awards from 97 to about 91-ish. ChemDawg pops up at 91-ish. It fits the time frame correctly. Shiva Skunk is a garlicky, skunky thing. What's the Chem line, right? Because that NL was an Oakland Indica, which is a garlic indica, crossed with a Thai, right?
I've got to take your word for it.
So there was an Afghan, an Afghan Hindu, and then Oakland Indica Thai. That's the 1, 2, 3, and then the 5 was the 2 and the 3 combined made the 5.
Okay.
So that's the NL line. And I think the Chem line / OG has Southeast Asian genetics, possibly, which would be the 3, which would be the Oakland Indica cross with the Thai. And the Oakland Indica has garlic traits.
Oh, wow.
A clue to the Chem line and the Shiva Shanti and the Shiva Skunk.
Now,
that's just based on my knowledge and me working with this genetics, that's what I think's going on. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but that's what I think. And I like that whole profile, so I'm not trying to redo D or Chem4 or any of the line. I just use all the components I think that made that, and I smash them together. And that's why I got the Manic and the Irene. My vintage Afghani, since it's lime, like Trevor was saying, that's what I use as my male to cross into the Chem line or the OGs to get a dad with, because it complements the profile. And then I take that one and work between the Manic and the NLs and the Irenes and all the stuff I think is ChemDawg related. And that's kind of my stuff I'm working. And that's how I got the garlic skunk now and all that stuff. It's just using what I think are all the components to make my version of what that is. So it's not trying to redo sour or the Chem line or anything. It's just using those ingredients to make my version of that type of weed.
Yeah, because you're never going to nail it. We both could have the same, seed lines and then put them together, and it's not going to be the same thing. And we're not going to select the same either, though.
Yeah, and then nail it too. That's all relative, because if this guy grows in soil, that guy grows in hydro, all the profiles change a little bit. There was a store in LA that sold one OG under 4 different names, and it was the same cut grown in 4 different nutrients, and it looked completely different.
Not
Jane Doe, another
wouldn't
one.
surprise me.
I was gonna say that doesn't surprise me.
S818 cut grown in a
Which is cool. Like that's what like talking about stuff growing in Hawaii versus Maine versus LA.
Yeah. So we know D is very chlorine, bleachy, acrid, crazy chlorine, chest cold taste. The 4 is piney, dirty feet, sour. Reminds me of like dirty feet and sour pine.
Dank.
The 91 is a little
Musty.
weird because I don't know what's going on with the 91. I don't know if it's going to start controversy, and do we even want to go to that area? Because
91 is my jam, and this is all I have left, and I'm freaking sad. All I have left.
Because I got 91 and it smelled skunky, and I was in love with it because it had this closest smell to this roadkill I've ever smelled. A true skunk smell. Then someone gives me a 91 cut, and it's 91 without the skunk smell. No skunk at all, but it's got that kind of diesel hairspray chemical taste, kind of like the hairspray thing or whatever. So JJ's buddy, guy is in LA from New York. He's super chem connoisseur. I got the diesel, and I got what I think is I got diesel. I don't have the 91 chem, but I take over the diesel and I let him smell, and he goes, bro, where'd you fucking get this? So I was like, what? He goes, this is the original 91. I go, what do you mean?
Huh.
He goes, dude, this is the original 91 chem. Where'd you get this? I said, no, we call that diesel. The 91 chem we have in Cali smells like a skunk. He goes, no, bro, this is it. This is the original 91. So then I went, what the fuck is going on? This dude knows his Chem Dawg weed.
Okay.
This Chem Dawg that he's calling 91 has no skunk in it. Here's where it's getting a little trickier. The Chem Dawg crew family network are very defensive on their genetics and their names, right? So if it's Chem D and Chem 4, Chem 3, Chem Cis, why is it 91 skunk VA? Because we all know that Greg gave the skunk VA guys a cut of 91. And on the radio show, they say Greg gave us the cut, but our favorite strain that we're blowing up in Virginia is Super Skunk.
Mm-hmm. Huh.
So I'm going, well, what we think is diesel in Cali turns out to be original 91, but the original 91 doesn't have skunk VA, and the chem crew is very territorial on the names and protective. Why are they not calling this 91 chem? Why do they call it 91 skunk VA? Because I believe that Super Skunk was added to that 91, and that's why it smells skunky.
I mean, this has like the chemical taste. Like I don't really get the skunk from it. I get the chemical taste, which is what I like.
No skunk in the nose, no skunk.
I am running some of the Twin Peaks actually. Where's that jar? Oh, it's over here. That's what I was just smoking. So this is the skunk VA. This is supposedly the Chem 91 back cross 2 times Chem Cis. So that's from the Lucky Dog Seco. But so I was just going to say, to make it like deeper though, this is what it was labeled. So it's not even like Chem 91. It's pre 91 Chem.
No other. Well, there we go. That gets even crazier. Like you want to stir up the pot. That
yeah.
What if Chem Dawg was finding 91? What's pre 91 Chem?
I have no idea. I said that to somebody else, and they're like pre 91.
Comes from the Shiva line, maybe. Oh, it takes it back to my theories.
So with this,
only DNA will tell, because some people don't want people to know certain things. I'm guessing.
No. Oh God. If we had a reputable company that could like seriously map all these and sequence these things, there would be some shattered egos out there. I'll just say that. We're going to find out how much of the things are the same
test
thing.
And a full terpene test, and that's a poor man's DNA. Yeah, because based on the relationship to the plant, either the terpene will be there or it won't. And I've done this before with the fire OG and cross to white fire, cross to the white, and you can see the fire terpene profile. You add it to the white, you can see where the white gets added in and all the fire is still there. And so you can tell if you had like a Duratrans, you could probably overlay these on an overhead projector and just nail them up perfect. There might be subtle differences in the amounts, but the ones that aren't there will not be there, and the ones that are there will be there. The only thing that's different is the amounts. Yeah. So yeah, that is it's a poor man's DNA test, and it will work. Especially, like I said, if you can make Duratrans printouts and lay them on top of each other, then you know right away.
Right. You're just looking for the pattern. Got to have good enough testing.
THC,
do it at the same lab.
Well, there's some decent labs, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
well,
THC matches fairly similar too.
True, but I mean, you'll still get
what labs do you like in SoCal?
Yeah.
I was using the workshop. Those guys. Yeah.
Do they still have a lab, or what are they doing now?
I think so. Maybe in Washington or NorCal, somewhere else. But those guys were the first guys who went to a high-end university to actually learn high-end stuff to apply it towards weed. I was blown away with these guys.
I used to love talk. We need to bring Jeff on more. Like I used to talk. He's kind of the one who taught me the concept of like chemotypes and things like that, where it's like, you know,
well, they were the ones that said you can tell a strain by the terpenes. If somebody says they have Blue Dream and you test it and it doesn't match the Blue Dream, you can tell.
That actually would be fun.
Right there. Yeah, those guys are the ones.
We could do that.
They cure all DJ short weed for DJ for like a year. He cures his weed for like a year, and they're the guys that get all his weed and cure it for him. Yeah, they're really nice, intelligent guys. Really nice, intelligent guys.
Yeah, I know the guy who, when their lab got raided,
unfortunately,
whose oil, they were like, he lost his entire inventory of oil.
Massive amounts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bummer because those guys were helping out a lot with the city of LA and all the guidelines and all kinds of stuff. And it almost feels like they were targeted because there's lots of people in LA doing way crazier stuff. Why did you get these guys?
Who would you rather have doing this stuff than like a bunch of PhDs and whatever molecular chemistry stuff they have PhDs in?
Yeah, they went to USC for all that stuff. Yeah. These are high-end smart dudes. And they're cool personalities, good guys. They're not jerks either, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's a rare combo. When you meet a lot of knowledge and they're humble, nice guys, that's a pretty rare combo.
Yeah. I like Jeff. This reminds me, we will have Jeff. We'll catch up with Jeff soon.
That's the one thing too. It's hard to judge people at face value on IG because some guys you think are jerks turn out to be the most awesome dudes in the world and vice versa. You know what I mean? A lot of people should get more credit than they do, and people don't know of them for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah, it's a tricky thing. I think shows like this.
I feel like a lot of people on IG get in fights, or on social media in general, get in fights with each other. And if they just met in real life, they'd probably actually like each other.
Yeah.
Yes. They'd probably smoke
I
a
see
joint,
it all the
right?
time.
They'd probably smoke
and
a
I'm
joint
like,
together.
Yeah. Yeah, I
you
think
guys would love each other.
Quite a few dudes that we bumped head with each other's and probably thinking, I bet I get along with this dude. Because it's probably because you're so similar. That's why you bump heads so much. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep.
And then once you realize how similar, you're like, fuck, this dude was cool the whole time. I'm a dork.
Right. Or you guys are probably arguing the same point, just not realizing it. But here was a question from Lugo Mez that I was actually trying to bring up, or I wanted to bring up. You said, like Shiva Skunk, Shiva Shanti, the Sensi seed strain. Is that something that you still think you might be able to find it in those genetics?
No. So
Okay.
what I understand is Super Sativa Seed Club sold all their seed stock to Sensi Seeds.
Okay.
And Sensi Seeds released that line and won all their awards and got good results, but maybe lost their males because if
Right.
you notice, the packaging says number 2. They're all number 2 version of everything.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Shiva Skunk 2, Shiva Shanty 2.
Right.
Then you don't get the same stuff, because I think even JJ has grown some of those and didn't find anything. So
Okay.
it probably had to be older stock. But the other clues you have is, just like California, where all the breeders copy the other breeder stuff and rename it,
Right.
the same stuff went on in Holland. So if you want Shiva Shanty or Shiva Skunk, you can do a little homework and see what other seed companies copied it, and you could
Right.
probably end up getting that way. Because a lot of the NLs have been copied, and that's Oasis, and they're under a lot of different names, and they're the original NLs. So you just got to find their alternative names because they're copied by other breeders, and then you can get those old genetics.
Well, yeah, I guess easy example of that one, or that pops to my mind, is White Widow, Black Widow. Same thing, just business split.
Well,
So-
again, it's a widow, right?
Right.
And the widow was sourced through Simon and those guys, and it got so popular that Great White Shark, they all had to have their white crosses, and they're all going to sell copies or
Rhino.
back versions or whatever.
Yeah.
But that way, I guess, finding the somewhat reputable seed companies, and then finding their versions of what you wanted in the other guy's stuff, because they all did that.
Yeah.
My favorite seed companies was like Super Sativa Seed Club, Early Sensi Seeds, and Positronics. Werner, man, that guy knew his stuff. That guy is super legend. That was a Positronics guy. And not many people hear of him, but he was meeting with Mendo Joe and all those guys at the same time. Same thing that's going on here was going on there on a smaller scale, right? There'd be little coffee shops or places they meet, and all these, it was illegal, and all these guys would come and do like we're doing, sit in a group and talk strains. We're trying this and we're trying that. And I got this. Oh, can I try that? And they would trade stuff all between each other. They go back to their grows and grow it. Then they come back and say, well, this is what I got. This is what I got. Same thing. Now we're just doing the same thing as this on a grander scale.
Right.
When some guy was successful, the other 50 seed companies copied his stuff. When somebody says cookies is successful, now you have 8,000 cookies crosses.
Yeah.
Same exact thing, parallel exactly. It's just on a larger scale, I think.
It's America. It's what we do.
Human nature.
Although I have been to the cookies / greenhouse in Amsterdam. They're one now.
I help these guys out and helping them with their label, and they grow the weed for cookies. And Jesus Christ, some of that weed is good, lemon cherry gelatos and whatnot. And these guys are passionate and love weed, so they grow the weed really well. And for a large scale, it's some of the best damn weed I've ever seen. So that's why I say not all cookie stuff is crap, because there are some guys with passion that are part of it in a way, not directly involved, but they're part of the supply chain, right?
Fair enough.
It's from cookies. Cookie says, grow these. We want you to grow these. They grow them and give them to cookies. So they're not necessarily a part of cookies, but they are helping cookies with their supply chain. But
the Cali weed strains though are ridiculous. The prices are 20 uppers per gram, whereas I could get the White Widow or the hazes for 8 to 12. So that's what I order on their menu. Like, give me the White Widow or give me the haze.
I'm lucky because I haven't been to a store since medical. I haven't gone even in a rec store. I haven't ever gone in one.
Yeah. Well, this is Amsterdam though.
Yeah.
So I have no choice over there.
I like the gray area, the Tweed Calmer, and the Dam Cream. Always had the best weed, especially the gray area, because they were American guys and they all had glass bongs. That's one thing about Holland. They freak out on you when American walks in and you don't mix it with tobacco and you use a bong and you're hacking everywhere. The whole coffee shop's looking at you like you're crazy, and you're like, "What? This is normal. This ain't supposed to smoke it."
They look at us weird for smoking it through a pipe. And then there was the time where we were in conversation with people and we pass them the pipe. They take one hit and they're like, oh, okay, we're good. You know?
You can tell American and Holland because they'll be hacking in a coffee shop.
No, I got called out for having a Bic lighter. They're like, you must be American. like, the fuck?
But I'm just saying, like, you'll know.
Everybody
Chad,
uses
we need to fly you into Russia with like bags of weed, and then you can get arrested, and we'll rally the weed community to raise awareness for you, so that we can eventually trade you for an arms dealer.
I'm not falling on that grenade, man. I'm not taking that one. No.
If you can take 8 months in a penal colony, you just hold out while we get you back out.
Well, do you think she was that stupid to bring it, or do you think maybe they planted it on her to fuck with us?
You'd think now that she's back on safe land, she would be like, they fucking planted that on me, but I haven't heard that, right?
Oh man, she's probably like brainwashed 3 ways to
Sunday. She would have said it by now. She's just a dumbass, and her friends are dumbasses for telling her, "Are you fucking nuts? Don't you take anything to that country?"
Yeah,
I mean, I shot skateboarding photos for a long time, so I've been all over the world. And I took weed to every country I've been to, but just enough to get high until I could find more weed. And then
the taking it back out part is where I'm like, oh my God, like you couldn't get a vape cartridge like right when you got off the plane in LA.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing too, is
you're like, I couldn't leave this behind, but there's a little bit of vape oil left in it.
Because I knew I couldn't bring weed to Japan or Indonesia. I could get busted. So I told him I didn't want to go there. So I went to Europe and Spain and everywhere else in Australia and brought shit because I knew I could bring it. But the countries I couldn't bring weed to, I told them I didn't want to go. She either shouldn't have took it or said, if you love your weed that much, I can't go play basketball there. Otherwise, yeah, maybe they should have let that other guy out. It's been in there for a long time before her, because that was just her ignorance.
I'm a weed tourist. We don't go anywhere unless we know we can get weed.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll just flat out admit that we're weed tourists.
I'm not going to go unless I have weed. Period.
You're not going to Saudi Arabia next, Chad, right?
No, not even for.
My brother lived there for a year, and the parties they'd have in compounds were crazy.
Yeah,
like they'd ship in all the drugs and alcohol into these compounds, and friends would come over. Nobody would be wearing, veils or anything.
Oh wow!
Well, yeah,
and then you go back out into the street, and it's like everybody.
Right.
Puritanical.
What kind of life is that, right?
Repressive.
Man, I never want to be that rich either, too. You know how miserable it'd be? Think about it. Nothing is fun no more.
I don't think if the rich people from those countries don't spend time, they're like in London and Paris and New York.
It's boring because they have so much money they can do anything they want. That gets old right away. You can buy any car, any house. What life is that? It's so boring right away.
I wouldn't be upset to experience that, though.
There was a study done by a whole bunch of smart people, and they said money, as far as can buy you happiness to the point of your necessities are met, but it doesn't bring you exponentially more happiness the richer you are.
Nah,
kind of for the things that you're talking about. Like if I didn't have to worry about bills, I could, my dad needs a surgery. I could just be like, go and have that surgery. Let's get you the best doctor in the country. That would be fucking awesome. But, outside of that, on a depressed day, it's not going to make me any happier.
Yeah, like say I hit it big in crypto and I buy a Lambo. I'm still just Dave, the dork. But I got a Lambo magnifying my dorkiness now 5 times, tracking attention to me. I haven't changed as a person. I'm still the dork. I just got lucky and got a bunch of money. And so now everybody sees how dorky I am. I'm attracting.
Is it a bright yellow Lambo?
If I was really rich, I'd probably buy a McLaren. I like those things.
See, you've already thought about this, though.
Yeah, but then I'm already so old that I don't care.
Yeah, right.
I don't want to deal with the tune-ups. What a tire probably costs $1,000 for a tire.
Yeah. How about this? What are some of your favorite surf spots around the world?
I don't really surf, but it's been in my family.
But for photography, right? Didn't you do photography around the world?
Jesus. Pipe, obviously, the North Shore.
Yeah, North Shore.
It's amazing. There's just so much action as far as athletes-wise and wave breaks. It's amazing. It's just amazing. I like Indo and all that stuff too, but I'm not a water photographer. And Fiji and Southern Pacific, you got to be more of a water guy, kind of, unless you're in a boat. But then you're just getting the same shot as everybody else. But yeah, I'd love to see that shit. Cloud break and all Tavaruas, all that. I'd love to see it. But I think Hawaii is probably my favorite. Just because it's really unique, too, how you can get the sunset in the background in the evening. You know, it's pretty unique beach break, the way the lighting is at that place. Early morning is super good for Waimea Bay. The sunrise pucks right through the bay, so the shore break's like amazing. Yeah, some Hawaii is pretty magical spot. And
awesome.
Even SoCali, though, on a offshore, you know what I mean? Santa Ana wind condition when it's super glassy and everything's just epic California and the spray's going and the waves are killer. Some of those rad shots where the lifeguard tower is on the beach and you get the whole beach shot with the killer waves and all the offshore winds, like all glowy orange at sunrise.
Holding the wave up.
Yeah.
I live half mile from the ocean where I'm at, so walked by it today. It's like I wear a 5'6" wetsuit, so it's super cold water. Super cold water, but I love the waves and just
the West Coast is. I come from the East Coast, and the Pacific Ocean
really
is
cold.
terrible.
Really, yeah. But
I miss my New England.
Just
water.
shooting waves in general. I love taking pictures of waves. Every one is like a fingerprint. Every single one is different. Even for that thousandth of a second, it's different.
Yeah.
I love it. I just something about it. It's awesome. It's really cool.
I used to love
Powerful
the
nature.
hurricanes on the East Coast. Just those waves like crashing on the
yeah,
rocks
that's the
or
thing, like
breaking.
Cape
It's
Hatteras,
just
and all
vicious
that
and
stuff,
violent.
where it's that like full left or right, and it's all whitewashed, the wind blowing, and the water's all dark, and it's this full going off stormy look. Yeah, I love the look at East Coast waves.
Like I've had so many near-death experiences in the ocean and during hurricane season.
Oh no.
Yeah, you got it rough because the super treacherous water and the cold water as well must really jack you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just always been into surf, skate, snow, all that stuff, action sports stuff, alternative kid. When people are disco, I was a mod, right? I was always going against the grain in some way or another. And yeah,
that's a satisfying career though, to be able to get paid to go to fun spots around the world.
It was good while it lasted.
And take pretty photos.
The internet killed that because there's no more magazines. So with no more magazines, there's no more. That's why I didn't go to Hawaii for a long time. And every time you went during the winter, there'd be groups of like 40, 50 photographers at sunset, and then at Pipe, and that off the wall, these big groups of guys. Then I went to Hawaii about 6 years ago, and I hadn't been a long time. And I was like, there's no photographers anywhere. The beach is empty. And I didn't understand. I went, aha, there's no more magazines. There's no more revenue. There's nowhere to make money. There's no use to shoot them. So now the beaches are empty and you just see a few drones flying around. And that's the new thing is drones, filming everything with drones. Yeah, so I guess it's the pencil to the pen to the computer, right? Evolution, shit changes and none of it ever stays the way it was. I think that's going to go on with our weed too. Because I hear my dad's stories. Then these guys are hearing or I'm hearing Ed Rosenthal's and Mel Frank and Rob Clark's. And now these kids are going to be hearing our stories. And in 15 or 20 years, some kid's going to be listening to their stories, right? And everything will just change and evolve.
He who writes history controls history.
Or he who can adapt can survive. But if you can't adapt, you'll get evolved right out of place.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why we're humans, because all the other things weren't able to adapt this far. And we ended up on the top of the food chain, so we might as well take advantage of it. So yeah, the weed sin's fun. We can always rap. I got billions of stories and stuff and genetics and origins and wondering where this came from.
Well, dude, we will definitely have to do this again. I'm glad that you're game because, yeah, I'm definitely game. I know we're at 4 hours right now, but
holy smokes, time flies when you're having fun and in a good convo, right?
It does. It does because fuck,
there's so many different rabbit holes and strains that we could go down, or just even history. Shit, we could even not talk about cannabis for a while. But yes, where should we leave this? What is the parting message? What is?
I guess don't judge books by their cover, and you won't know what you can do unless you try it and push the envelope. And I know you learn when you fail. So failing is good because you learn from it, and if you won't evolve if you don't push the envelope. And also, there's no such thing as a perfect breeder. At least I've never met a perfect breeder. I don't know about you guys, but a lot of people are put on pedestals and kind of come down on for what they do. But you have to remember, there's no one's perfect, and there's no such thing as a perfect breeder.
In you know what sense? Because you're right, IG does kind of glorify people these days, rightfully or wrongfully so, but a lot of people are put on pedestals. So,
well, we're humans, and I think that's what's great about weed is it isn't taken over by machines and corporations and algorithms. There's still this nuance, this intuition, this human nature involved still. Right. And when that happens, there are going to be mistakes. Oh, you said it was going to be this, but I got that. Well, that's part of being human. These seeds, I bought feminized seeds and they're Hermian. Well, there's a lot more to the picture. This weed it's got both sexes in it. And in the right situation, you can make those come out of it, right? So some plants are hard to reverse. And in order to get that strain in feminized form, we had to stress them at a high amount. So most likely in the offspring, it may exhibit that stress as well. It doesn't mean it's genetic. It just means once the conditions are back to what it's used to, that expression will go away. So a lot of times when they get feminized seeds, they go, oh, these Hermit, I threw them all the way. Well, that's not genetic. That's just because of the conditions that it took to make them go intersex to make these seeds. If you grow them correctly in a normal environment, that expression will stop and you won't have the problem.
Take away the trigger.
Yeah, a lot of can be lack of knowledge, jumps to conclusions, and that's what I mean by not all breeders are perfect, and maybe not all growers are perfect, because we all none of us know a lot more than the other guy. We all just know different stuff, and we're all just sharing each other's information. So one guy may know a lot more about this and not about that, where the other guy is going to kick butt in making soils, but he doesn't know about that. And we're all just sharing each other's information. Some breeders are going to be better than others, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're perfect. They'll make mistakes, right? Some breeders, personality-wise, are complete jerks, but their genetics are amazing, and vice versa. They're the nicest guys in the world, and you want the best for them, but their stuff isn't that good.
Yeah. Some of the best people lack social skills, but that's because they're busy doing what they're doing, and that's why they're so good.
Yeah. So that's what I mean by no breeders are perfect, no humans are perfect. They're going to make mistakes, and if you get too invested on anticipating something, you're kind of setting yourself up for a letdown, right? That's anticipation. Patience is supposed to be patient, waiting for something, but that's also a form of anticipation because you're trying to be patient, waiting for something, right? So how can you really be patient if you're still anticipating something?
Right. Just wait for it.
Yeah. It's just trying to keep an open mind and try to be open and then make your judgments at that point. And if a dude screws up, then you like JJ says, you talk to him about it and see what happens. But otherwise, none of these guys are going to be perfect. And, I say this because I used to tease Subcool a lot. And then he passed away. I feel like an idiot because I was nitpicking him for stupid stuff. The guy loved weed. Same with Frenchie. I nitpicked Frenchie and gave him a hard time. And when he passed away, I felt like a complete asshole because the dude just loves his weed. Yeah. And I wasn't smart enough to take my blinders off and be able to read that. I got caught up. you know, with, oh, they're part of this crew and Swami and all these weirdos. He must be a jerk. I'll screw that guy. You know, and I had my blinders on and I screwed up because the guy passed away and I realized he's an amazing dude. He loved weed. That's all it was.
Mm-hmm.
Same with Subcool. Everybody made fun of Bog. All these guys that everybody makes fun of and talks shit about, I do the same thing. We end up feeling like assholes when they're not around no more. So that's things I try to keep in perspective and keep in mind because I've made that mistake and I feel like an idiot about it too.
We're all community. Even if we don't get along, at least hopefully we could agree to just disagree.
Yeah, you can disagree, but keep your distance and be cool about it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Have a little.
That's why Burner will never come on my shows. We just agree to disagree.
He would come on in a heartbeat. You've never asked him.
I think he's caught in a rock and a hard place.
Yeah.
I think deep down inside he has good intentions, but his glass is pretty muddy. And I don't know how he's going to get his glass to clear up, but I think there's some goodness in him a little bit somewhere.
There has to be. Yeah.
To me, it comes back. It's irrelevant of him because he's part of a company that has a lot of investors now and other people. Like they're business guys, they're running the operations. He's the face, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But those guys, like when they started selling seeds and then they go live and it's like price gouging for every seed. And I know that their target audience is the 20-year-old dude who already spends some of his limited disposable income on cookies merch, now buying their seeds. And they're like, they look at that guy and they see dollar signs. They don't see like he's like, I love cookies, and the love isn't reciprocated. Cookies looks at him as fucking how they can pay down their debts to all their when their loans come due.
If you were Burner, would you tell your investors, your holding group, no, I'm not going to do that?
Well, he's not doing that because he's promoting it heavily.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
He's not like, hey guys, we shouldn't take advantage of all my fans. We should treat them with love and respect.
It's easy to call plays from the bleachers, but when you're in the game, it's a whole different world. Like in Burner's eyes, we could say, hey, why don't you tell them that? But man, when you're looking at a bunch of super multimillionaires and you want to tell them something they don't want to hear, well, that's scary. Mm-hmm. That shit is scary.
But that's also because they took a lot of money and they got to pay a lot of people back and make those people happy. They didn't have to take all that money, but they wanted to be huge.
Burner or the investors? It's a tricky one. Like, I'm not trying to stick up from Burner. I'm just trying to look at it from both sides, both perspectives. And I see the investor perspective, but I can kind of see where Burner could be caught in a hard place because you wouldn't want to go against that. That's everything. And they could just say, you're out of here. So it could be a little intimidating for him. But on the other hand, I don't know. I think he tried with Bodie. He tried to make a bridge. And it I don't know if it worked out as well as they wanted it to.
Yeah.
You know, I think they both had good intentions, but the community didn't receive it with the intentions they had planned.
Because we want to be tribal. That's just how it goes. That's the internet. That's the internet of things.
It was pretty extreme. Right? It's the yin and yang.
That does remind me, I have a lot of Bodhi seeds waiting for me when I get home, which is very exciting.
That's exciting.
We'll end it on a good note with Bodhi because he's a happy-go-lucky dude.
I like Bodhi stuff.
Advice to say bad about anybody. We'll just end it with Bodhi on a good note.
Yeah.
Bodhi.
Good,
nice talking with you guys. Anytime, just let me know. Nice to meet you, Brad. I've been watching for a while.
Absolutely freaking pleasure, man. Thank you for making the time.
Anytime. Nice to meet you as well.
Cool. Yep. Nice to meet you.
Pete.
All right. Thanks, everyone. You will. I'll be back in LA in a couple days.
Cool. Happy New Year's and talk to you guys soon.
All right.
All right. Talk to you later. Should I hit the button, Peter, or do you want to hit it? Okay. I'll hit it. Or you'll hit it? I'll hit it. Who? What? I'll hit it. All right.
Oh, you haven't hit it yet?
No, I haven't.